Welcome in, everybody, to the Zone Blitz. This isn't anything fancier than just Stuart and I on TV, or at least the web stream for the next 4 hours. That's it. That's what you get. We kind of try to pump this up. We oversold it. It's just you and I, Weber, for the next 4 hours.
That sounds good to me.
Well, it sounds good to your wife, maybe.
Yeah, she's
watching.
The
only one that's
Courtney,
watching.
How's it going?
That's about it. And
Parents
she'll be tired of you
parents might be watching.
She'd be tired of you by the end of 4 hours.
Yeah, it's probably true.
I get tired of myself in 5 minutes. The entire Action Sports Jacks team is here. We're excited about tonight. There's been a lot of work put into this and a lot of fun. Our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. If you're watching on social media, you'll be able to see this also on ActionNewsJacks.com, Action News Jacks app, and also if you're at games and trying to figure out what's going on, well, we'll help you do that from the stands if your game's a blowout or if you're just trying to check out other things. But you'll also be able to see this show on replay like 5 different times this weekend on Saturday, Sunday, on ActionNewsJacks.com and the Action News Jacks app.
Just had a touchdown over there.
I talked over a touchdown. Here we go.
That's okay.
The idea of this show is to give you this. We have 5 live games. Weber, what do we have?
All right, so let's go from the top left and around we go. We've got Trinity Christian and Bolles. That is our Jaguars Prep Whataburger game of the week. Top middle, that's where you've got Yulee on the road taking on Clay. Top right, you see Bartram Trail playing host to Ponte. The Bears just scored a touchdown, by the way. That's a close one. Looks like a 14-13 game if I'm looking at that scoreboard correctly.
That's been a close game over the last few years.
It has, yes. Bottom left, you have the Nightmare on Main Street, Andrew Jackson. They won our fan vote, by the way.
What's going on here?
Carrying a player? I don't know. Andrew Jackson playing host to the Ribault Trojans. And then bottom right, courtesy of our friends with Atlantic Coast High School, you got the Mandarin Mustangs taking on the Stingrays of ACHS.
By the way, the Stingrays were hanging around on that one, maybe a little bit more than some people thought.
Not the last couple minutes.
And then the last couple minutes, it's pulled away. Mandarin, very good this year, as everybody knows. We'll get to the news of the day with Jamie French as well. Can we also show the scoreboard? Because here's a look at all the games going on. Week 2 of the high school football season. What do we have on the board? This is listen, this gets updated. We got to trust this. It gets updated by fans, actually, that are at the games or administrators. And
I was actually updating the game I was at earlier today.
Nice of you.
I go on ScoreStream and I do my updates as well. But
I did not do that because if Fletcher is up 20-0 at the half, I have found that out. But I did not go on ScoreStream to update it.
You should have popped on there and done it. I can tell you that I know that St. Joseph's was leading Duval Charter 21-6 late in the first quarter.
All right,
that game likely over by now as it started at 4:30. But yeah, I mean our big scoreboard here, populated by the fans, updated by the fans, and some scores of note. I mean, St. Augustine up on Menendez right now, 21-7. Andrew Jackson, I think, just scored to go up 16-6 on Ribault. Of course, we've got live looks at that one. I don't know how up to date that score is. Ponte Vedra, Bartram Trail just scored in that one. So these will update as we go throughout the course of the evening. We'll rely on that, but we'll definitely rely on our live actual cameras at these games. That's the easiest way to go, right, is to pop into some live games and check it out that way.
Yeah, I'm covering them up. How about we take a look at one of them? This has been an exciting one up top. This is Clay and Yulee.
Yep.
Two interesting football teams. We'll find out how good they are this year. I think they both like their football teams, and just saw a couple of good defensive plays down the field by Clay. And of course, right when I take it, we have looks like a little water break or a timeout. But that gives us an opportunity. It's okay if we stay with it. But
by the way, we mentioned Atlantic Coast High School. Here are the students doing the play-by-play right there on the broadcast.
Oh, we got a fumble over here. Bartram just got away with the ball. Came away with the ball, I think, in our Bartram Trail Ponte Vedra game. There was a little sack and a strip, and then a fall on it by the Bears, and that's why you see them so excited. So Bartram Trail with a turnover after just scoring. And it's a tight ball game, as Stuart said, but now the Bears have it in pretty good territory at home against the Ponte Vedra Sharks. All right, all this is going on, and we can stay with Ponte Vedra Bartram if we want right here for a minute while we do this and say hello to Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach. He's the third member of this team, at least that you'll hear for the time being. We have a big team, but Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach, joins us probably from somewhere on the beach. He's probably got a fishing pole like in the water as he's joining us here talking high school football. He loves this show, though, and we've got a good one we're watching right now, Coach. Ponte Vedra Bartram Trail and a tight one.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be, oh, hey, Stu, hey, Brett, we're on tonight. Finally, high school football's back. We're a week late, but we're ready to go. But, yeah, it looked like it was going to be all PB early, and now Barton sort of settled in and getting back going and making it a good game heading into halftime. Going to be some good ones tonight, you guys. Real good ones. I can't get any video, though, just so y'all know. I'm not on any videos. I'm just listening.
Okay, we'll try to help you with some of that video.
Some troubleshooting in this first week of it.
Yeah, we'll make sure. Well, if you want to go on YouTube, Coach, you could also watch it right there, or actionnewsjacks.com. You can watch it right there. So there is a way to go see it. You'll just be on a little bit of a delay. We'll try to get that a little bit more up to speed for you over the course of the next couple of hours, but we look forward to your analysis of these games. You said something to me today when you had us on you were on the Brent and Austin show down at Best Bet in St. Augustine. You said not a ton of jump out at you games on the schedule. Mm-hmm. We're taking a look at Yulee Clay right now, and obviously they've got a pause in the game, but Trinity Bolles jumps out at you as a good one, right? Creekside Nice, that's a fun one down there as well. And low scoring, by the way, at last check. We thought that would be a high scoring game. It has been over the years. But an interesting week, but I say that because we're not really sure about these teams yet. It's a couple weeks in. We really don't know who's going to be good. We think we know that Mandarin's good, St. Augustine's good, Rains is good, and we think Bolles is pretty good too. Outside of that, I'm not sure what we know. What do you know?
Yeah, Bradford County too.
Oh, Bradford, you're right.
We know that.
Yeah. Is that about it?
I think you're right. Brent, I think you're right. But again, week 1 to week 2, a lot of improvement. Kickoff Classic to 1. I always say this, week 1 to week 2, a lot of improvement. A lot of teams start settling, figuring things out. And then we sort of get into 3, 4 as the cream of the crop, sort of the schedules all come together. So, yeah, a lot of excitement, though. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, a little excitement on that punt by Yulee. You're watching Yulee and Clay on the left side of your screen. You're watching Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra on the right side of your screen. And there's been one play in the last 5 minutes in that Bartram Trail game since the turnover. So I think they're about ready to line it up, Stuart, and give us some action as we show you this dual screen of these two good football games. And now we take it live. This is Bartram and Ponte Vedra.
As Jaden Weatherly there going outside to Nico Dawkins. Dawkins getting to the edge, trying to pick up a little extra yardage as he goes. Right there, and we got a little flag, some extracurriculars as well.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty intense game. Again, this is a game, I was at this one last year. I think that opened the season, and it was tight. And Ponte Vedra actually was in control a long way of it, and then Bartram came back at the end, controlled the fourth quarter and won. But it's been that kind of series, and Bartram has had a ton of success, of course, over the last really 20 years. Look at a nice defensive play by Yulee. They sniff that one out, and Clay is going nowhere on the offensive side of things.
Maddox Brooks leading that gang of Hornets on the tackle.
Very good.
A swarm.
I know. I
What's
need
the
one to
score
fix.
on that
I always
one?
wanna fix
What's the
that.
score on the Clay Yulee? Anybody got it?
Clay Yulee's score, I don't think we have as of now, or I don't remember seeing. Let's see, there's a lot of scores up on our board. We're rifling through that.
Yeah. We'll ask our photographer who's there.
Yeah, we'll get an update on that. And we think this Bartram game obviously was pretty close. You said it was, I think, 14-13?
I don't know if they made that. They made the extra point, so 14 up, all square.
All square, but here's Weatherly again, and it goes off the hands of an intended receiver. You can see that Ponte Vedra defense. I mean, they play hard-nosed football. They play usually pretty good disciplined football, and keeping it very close right now at Bartram Trail. What an over-the-hump game, Coach. This would be if Ponte Vedra, and I know we're still kind of early stages of it, but this is the kind of win that Ponte Vedra could use, right, to really take it to the next level.
Yeah, after last week's loss to Nice and everything, they didn't really perform very well offensively. And in a good game, Nice did a nice job. So if they could get this one tonight, but again, this is going to be a good one. They played tremendous games over the last couple of years. So this will go down probably fourth quarter game.
We just got an update, by the way. The Clay game, we were keeping an eye on 16-13 Clay in the lead, so that's a good one with Yulee. Oh, how about that hit? Sack and a fumble in the Bartram game. Ponte Vedra comes away with it, so they return the favor. Big number 51.
Riker Kemp.
There you go. Weber, nice shot. Way to find it quickly, and big play. Blindsided Weatherly. Knocked the ball loose, and the Sharks take over. So it's almost, we just saw the same thing happen on both sides of the ball. Got to hold on to that football, Coach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Turnovers will be early. It's sort of front sided him. It wasn't a blind side hit. Quarterback just took it, couldn't hold on to the ball, lost it. PV recovered. You guys come on right when all the action starts. Did you notice that? 8 o'clock, all the action started on all these games.
I like it. Yeah, well, we need some of it, too, because we're at halftime in the Trinity game. Our game of the week, it's 10-0 Bolles over Trinity Christian. And it looks like Ponte Vedra is going to get to the half and run this thing out, and that will do it for the second quarter. So we're going to go into the half at Bartram
All 5
Trail
games
at tied up halftime at 14-14. So we've got halftime at Bolles Trinity. Bolles leads 10-0. We have halftime Clay over Yulee 16-13. Halftime Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra tied at 14. Halftime at Atlantic Coast, Mandarin 28-0. And halftime, we might as well play the halftime show here at Ribault and Jackson a little bit. Give them some love, because at 11 o'clock on this show, on the Zone Blitz, we will have 15 minutes of band coverage. Now, we won't do the play-by-play. We'll just listen. We'll shut up.
We will be silent during that part. That's the funny thing. So in our Friday Night Blitz, we always do this, by the way. We end it on the band shot, and then we don't shut up. We're not good at just saying, and here's the band to end the show.
I blame you.
We always try to talk it all the way to the last couple seconds of the show.
Well, how about we just shut up for a second and listen to the band?
Okay.
Well, of course.
That's what we get.
Hey, the reason why we're getting this on camera right now is so we can play it next week, probably, right on the show in our band segment, listen to the music segment coming up at 11 o'clock. So it is pretty wild that all these games are at halftime. The good news about that is this show is going to take us all the way in the 9 o'clock hour and even into the 10 o'clock hour. We can show you the finishes of all those high school games. So that's what the intent of this show is. So make sure you're hanging with us, checking in and out of this. And again, we replay the whole thing on Saturday, Sunday, and actually a little bit on Monday because of the holiday this week. And we do have still the Friday Night Blitz. That's at 10:30 on Fox 30. We got a chance to listen in a little bit. Let's listen in more. They started another song. All right, so that is Ribault. That is Ribault, right? Yeah, Ribault's band. Good to listen to them. Again, we'll have more of that over really every Friday night on the Zone Blitz. Where are you taking us, Weber?
All right, let's check out some of the highlights from the action that just happened. That's one of the nice things is that if we weren't live while something happened, for instance, the Bartram Trail recent touchdown to tie things up at 14, well, we have a chance to turn it around and go take a look. So here we go. This happened moments ago for Bartram Trail, and this is Arthur Lewis IV into the end zone, and that would tie the game up at 14 apiece. That's where they stand at the half, thanks to a Bears touchdown at home to level things up. Big St. Johns County clash we got here tonight.
All right, and I think we have another highlight. This is going to be an interception and a long return from Ribault's middle linebacker, Tyrion Bradwell.
Yep,
hey, there he goes, jumps it, bobbles it, keeps it, and is that a see you later? Or does he get caught?
I get
got caught, but it's still a big play for the Ribault Trojans. Those guys are at halftime as well as we continue to take a live look at that matchup. We got another one?
Yeah, we got another Ribault play from earlier. Here's Jalen Francis. He's your running back. He's got the ball. He's bouncing to the right side. He's looking for space. He's finding space, and he's getting into the end zone. Just like that, touchdown for the Ribault Trojans as they get into the end zone. But at last check, according to our scoreboard, we're trailing 16-6.
Yeah, Brian, maybe zoom in if you can, or maybe the ma'am over there. Either way, just to, we can get people updated on the scores that we do have. Old Plain Christian up big, of course. Old Call over Bishop Snyder, you see. Bradford, not goose egg on the other side. No surprise against Denellen with their defense. And there you see the score of Andrew Jackson over Ribault. Again, are these the most updated? Well, we hope. But we know sometimes they lag a little bit behind, so we'll continue to get the updates along the way. Riverside over Fleming Island, that's a fantastic matchup, 14-13, and both looking to get an early start on this season with high expectations. Mandarin, 21-0, actually is 28-0 at the half, we know, because we got a camera there. Let's see what else we do have. I wanted to tell you Fletcher. I was at Fletcher, so I can tell you it's 20-0 there. All right, we got Bolles and Trinity starting the second half. And this is the third quarter action for Bolles and Trinity. And again, Bolles up 10-0. So Trinity trying to make something happen on offense. And they're going deep. Oh, Battle of the Sunsets. Is that a pick? That is a pick. And Bolles starts the second half in fantastic style. Who is it, Weber?
Santana Starks with the interception there for the Bulldogs.
Oh, look at the dancing.
A chance to celebrate there.
Wow, I like that. Refs let him do that. By the way, heck of a Battle of the Sunsets in the right corner there in Jacksonville tonight. I know we're going to get a bunch of those, so send them to us on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Love the Battle of the Sunsets. It's going to be a beautiful sunset here in Northeast Florida tonight. Hey, that was a heck of a pick.
Yep.
Obviously, Trinity Christian. Trinity Christian's interesting as we stay on. Well, we can come back here, but they're interesting because, Coach, as we've said before at Baker Sports Media Day and even today on our show, maybe the most unknown we can remember Trinity Christian football team in a long time. I've been here 16 years. Weber's been here over a decade. You've been here a long time, Coach. This is as unknown as it gets for the Conquerors.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like we talked about, a lot of good young talent on that team. We just don't know. You know, we've had the Colin Hurleys and Trayon Webb and those guys over the years, and we just haven't really had, you know, the next generation of the Trinity guys. And, you know, they're getting out, they're playing hard, but I think this probably might be his youngest team in a long time, Coach Dormady. So they're going to be fighting, they're going to be scrappy. They know how to win, they know how to play. It's just tonight they're a little bit after, they're going to struggle a little bit offensively.
Well, we think Bolles is good, and the Bolles usually good in the trenches. They have a quarterback, Ethan Drum, obviously now the QB for Bolles. I think it was DJ Moore last year, right? Just last year. Yeah. And DJ, I think
the years run together.
I think happy birthday to DJ. I thought I saw him tweet today that he was celebrating his 18th birthday. So happy birthday. Oh, there's a big run for Bolles. They get some room on the right side, knocked out inside Trinity Christian territory, but not before they pick up a good 25 or 30 and a big gain. It looks like they're in business as long as there's no flags.
Senior Tyrone Neal taking it down the right side there.
Ooh, good-looking athletes on that field tonight at Trinity Christian. No doubt about it. In fact, you know, that's the running game, but the receiving game of Bolles is really good. And they haven't always had that over the years. And you know that, Coach. They've always got players all over the field, but it hasn't always been on the outside, at least since I've been in town. They're pretty loaded up on the outside, led by Naeem Burrows.
Yeah, Burrows is a really good special talent, 2026 kid, really good explosiveness. You know, you got a good bloodline. His brother played at Reigns. was a D1 guy, and but they're doing a lot of good things, Bolles, keeping the ball not being one-dimensional, but they can run it. They want to just lean on you with those big guys up front. They can do that.
Yeah, they can kind of beat you both ways. You're right. That might have been Burrows right there. I missed the number. If it wasn't, it was maybe William Barrick at 13, but just a minimal gain there. And this is a huge drive, Coach, right? I mean, Trinity Christian almost just trying to stay in the game here. They go down 17-0. That could be lights out even in the third quarter.
Yeah, that's a big to overcome. And again, they haven't really established a big passing team, Trinity. They did last year a lot of ground. Last week against Ed White, a lot on the ground. And Bolles was pretty salty against the run.
Who do you have? Is that
that's Neal again?
Neal again, right
Yep.
there. So they got the running game working on the right side specifically. I wonder if there's something there where they're trying to take advantage of. They got big hosses all over the place on that offensive line, though, Coach.
Man, they got some big old boys up front. They lean on you now. They'll lean on you. That's why last week at Range it was such a good matchup, because Range has got a pretty good defensive line.
All right, we'll name some of them for you. How about it? Cameron Sharp, J.J. Sparks on there. You've got 50 Sullivan, Caleb Barnes, number 60, big man Davian Barnes. Oh, we're going end zone.
Oh, did you get it?
I think he got it. I got a foot in.
He got it.
Did. That's Corbin Fordham. Of course, Caden Fordham. I'm going to go out on a limb and say an older brother.
Yeah.
Just going out on a limb here.
You are right.
He hauls it in there in the end zone, and that's a big touchdown for Bolles.
Yeah, that was a nice ball, pretty much on him. It looks like a little RPO off that. He just ran right by the DB. DB got his eyes looking in the backfield playing the run.
Coach, they're big all over the place, though. Look at Fordham there. I mean, they're big at, obviously, on the offensive line, tight end. They got the big wideouts. They got the big back we're watching with Neal. I mean, that's a physical Bolles team, and I don't know if everybody always gives them enough credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last couple of years they've really sort of gotten – I mean, they've always been good up front. Wayne coached the O-line all those years, and they were more systematic maybe, but they were always big, strong, and physical. And I think the last 2 or 3 years, I think they've gotten a little bit bigger, a little bit more nasty and everything like that. And I really think Coach has got them going at Bolles right now. Last week was a good opener for them, but, like last year, they sort of started a little bit slow, and I think this year they'll start going and be methodical what they're going to do.
A Hall of Famer knows what he's talking about. By the way, if you haven't seen Coach Sullivan on After the Game, and I know we'll talk more about After the Game here in a little bit, some of the stories that have been told, especially some stories about the old Bolles days, when you had Joey Wiles on there, were just tremendous. So we've loved getting to listen to those stories on After the Game, which you can watch on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Well, by the way, Coach, just some of that is that you guys 20 years ago was maybe the best team you guys have seen in this area, and it came from Bolles in 2004, right?
Yeah, I think so personally, because they just didn't have a weakness. They probably had like 10, 11 D1 guys on that team. And phenomenal Colin Peaks, the tight end, of course, Riley Skinner. They had just a big, good group of kids. And like I said, I thought they were phenomenal. That group might have been the best team I've ever seen on the high school level.
Well, let's show a little bit more Bolles since they're stealing the spotlight right now, and they're our game of the week.
This was the interception we just saw live on our stream a moment ago. Let's take another look in case you weren't watching. For Trinity dropping back and going deep. Yeah, you mentioned it. Battle of the Sunsets. Not bad right there, huh?
Nice play on the ball, though.
Yeah, very, very well played by Santana Starks. Able to get the interception and the celebration right there. By the way,
now this is live action coming up right here.
Yeah, here we jump back into the live action. That's the nice thing. We can go back and forth, show you what you missed, and then jump back into the game as Trinity Christian now needs an answer as they find themselves down 17-0 in the third quarter.
And by the way, Coach, this is a program that doesn't find themselves down like this very often over the years, right? I mean, that's got to kind of shock your system a little bit, especially at home.
Yeah, they've been so high-powered offensively, over the last few years. I mean, what was that game last year, the year before, 61-59 or some craziness like that. And, there's a tight end up the seam right there now.
I like that play. I don't know how you defend that play.
Lennox Hires, your senior tight end at 6'2", hauling it in from Terrell Davis, a freshman quarterback.
Gosh, he's just 6'2". He looked like he was like 6'9".
That's what I was thinking too, Brent.
He looked huge, didn't he? Hey, let's stay with Trinity Christian then on this possession. You mentioned it, young players, freshman quarterback. There's a lot on this young man, isn't there, Coach?
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, I think overall, I think they are pretty young on everything they're doing. And they're going to come out and try to do some things. And they know how urgent this drive is. And right here, that's a good little scramble. Pick it up. See, they're still staying in control, but they know how important this drive is and try to get points, not do anything too dumb. No turnovers at this point. Just keep playing, try to chip away with the Bolles lead.
What do they say? It's always tough to be the guy that follows the guy. His predecessor now in Baton Rouge, playing for LSU, and Colin Hurley. So certainly big shoes to fill, and he alone isn't going to be able to do it. You see a penalty there, bringing a play back there for Trinity Christian, and setting up first and 15 now for the Conquerors.
By the way, field looks like it's in great shape early in the season.
Yeah,
I was out at Fletcher. Field was in terrific shape, so hats off to the grounds crew folks for making these surfaces look so good. Of course, a lot of the Duval County public schools are switching into turf, like Riverside and Inglewood, and more on the way. So that's something we'll see over the next few years. More schools get that. And, you mentioned the quarterback situation. Not only replacing Colin Hurley, they had King Boylston, who had been in the program a little bit. He went over to Ed White, so he's playing at Ed White, and that leaves room for the freshman quarterback to take the reins. This could pay off handsomely down the road. Looks like a big kid who can run it and throw it from the left side. So we're going to learn about Trinity Christian a little bit more. You're right, because we knew everything about Trinity Christian, it felt like, for the last couple of years in that roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. All right, let's go ahead and take our first timeout here of the evening. We're going to give you a little side-by-side action, by the way. We'll put the commercials on one side. We'll put that Bolles Trinity Christian Game of the Week on the other side, so that gives you at home an opportunity to continue to watch the Game of the Week while we pay some bills here for the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. As you see a big tackle in the backfield there for the Bolles Bulldogs. We got games
Second half action coming
back from halftime, so we got plenty to come here on the Friday night Zone Blitz.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jacks app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach, also aboard on the phone. This show will go all the way until midnight. In between, we'll be on TV at 10:30 on Fox 30, 11:15 on CBS 47, Fox 30. But you can catch us on the stream the entire time, social media. But we love you to watch on the Action News Jacks app and the ActionNewsJacks.com. You just hit Action Sports Jacks 24/7. Just to update you on the 5 games we're looking in live, 2, Ribault and Jackson about getting to go in the second half. Mandarin and the Atlantic Coast Stingrays into the second half, 28-0 Mandarin. And Bartram Trail and Ponte, Vedra, 14-14. They are tied at halftime. Clay and Yulee. Clay leads 16-13. They are getting ready to kick off in the second half. And now it's 24-0. Trinity Christian is losing to Bolles in our game of the week because, Stuart Weber, what just happened? In the break, everybody saw it.
Anarchy. Yeah, if you were watching during the break and you got a chance to see a little special teams touchdown. We love to see some special teams getting involved in the act for the Bolles Bulldogs. And it was a great play, and we'll show it to you here in just a second. But Bolles, 24-0. Starting to get some distance here away from Trinity Christian on the Conquerors' home field here in our game of the week.
Well, it will be a good bounce back if they're able to do that and hold on, which it looks like they're in good shape to do so after losing the reins. And as we bring Coach Kevin Sullivan back in and take a look at the games we're keeping an eye on, those 5 that we'll show you live looks in throughout the next hour or so or until they finish. Coach, special teams, defense, offense, we've seen it all from Bolles since we got on at 8 o'clock here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. So they got the trifecta working right now.
Yeah, they didn't need anything like that to happen. Trinity needed to keep that drive going and then get the critical turnover. And make sure that we get a picture of the scoreboard at Jackson now. You know, that's anybody with the camera got to get that picture of that scoreboard at Jackson.
I have no idea what's on that scoreboard. I mean, I know at Clay it says Cliff Averill Field or something.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure about what it says at Jackson on Main Street.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think the officials were back late getting back, it looks like, on the Jackson game, huh?
A little extra body break.
They're switching. They got to switch sides. They got to do that as well.
Hey, it looks like while these guys get, well, let's take the kickoff. You never know if we get one coming back for Yulee. Again, 16-13 is the score. That goes out of bounds.
Take it to the 35.
Take it. Free pass to the 35. Do not collect $200. But we do have.
Unless you have an NIL deal.
I guess
you never know.
You could collect $200.
You never know.
I don't know. Has anybody done that yet? I'm not sure. But here's the Trinity game back on offense. We're going to show you the big punt block in just a couple moments. We do have that ready to go. But we can hang with the live action first. And now this is a little bit about building toward next week almost for Trinity Christian.
We got a change in quarterback here. In comes number 8 and Hicks Zara. I'm not sure if he's maybe was in there for a Wildcat, but he is listed as a quarterback on the roster, so certainly in there as well. We were talking about that special teams play. Well, now we can show it to you. Here we go. This just a moment ago for Trinity Christian, back to punt. The Conquerors were a little high, but here comes the pressure, and a big block there from C.J. Ennis there to pick it up. Simeon Caldwell, and he will take it to the house. Touchdown, Bolles. That made it 24-0 in the third quarter for the Bolles Bulldogs. They're getting really complex on these celebrations now.
Hey, Coach, have they loosened up the rules on celebrating in terms of 15-yard penalties?
I was gonna say the same thing because it looked like they usually frown on that kind of stuff. So maybe they're gonna put the emphasis back on their knee pads again, which is like a pet peeve, the knee pads and the sideline, but they're going to let them celebrate. I guess as long as you're celebrating with your team and you're not an individual celebration, I think that's okay. I don't know. I mean, that's new to me.
Yeah, they might be letting them have a little bit more fun. That could be a dangerous thing, too.
I will say, by the way, Jamie French, who committed to play at Texas this morning. Scored on the first offensive play of the game for Mandarin earlier, and then he got a 15-yard penalty for celebrating.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a limit.
There are some out there. Yeah, there are some limits as to what you can do.
What did he do? He didn't do the horns down, did he?
I don't think so.
You're not allowed to do horns down. He probably celebrated by himself.
Yeah.
That's what it.
That's what it was. It was just him.
He probably did do this.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? And that shouldn't get you
Maybe
one.
he had the big old chain that he was wearing during the ceremony from this morning. Maybe he pulled that out. I don't know.
Hey, we were talking about Jamie French a little bit, and maybe this Mandarin game is kind of in and out, but it's
They
34-0
just
now.
missed the extra point for the running clock.
Okay, so we get to hang on that one a little bit
So
longer.
the game will last a little bit longer
We don't mind that.
than intended. In
They
that.
might have done that on purpose.
Coach, we were talking about Jamie French earlier. We just mentioned him. I mean, big-time recruit from Alabama to now Texas. Really one of the top receivers from a talent standpoint we can remember in recent memory coming out of here, right?
Yeah, definitely five-star kid that we talked about. After we talked about that today, I thought about Pat Bryant that's at Illinois right now.
Caught a
Having
touchdown
really
last night.
Two of them last night he had. Really come back with hurt last year. I mean, he might have been one because he was sort of a take over the game type of kid, but not the five-star talent that Jamie French is.
Wow, we almost had a pick six in that Ribault Jackson game. Stepped right in front of that, and it just goes off the numbers for Jackson. And then we would have had a chance to see the scoreboard on Main Street. So, wow, that was just a missed opportunity. There you see the 4 games we've got going live right now. And up top left, Trinity trying to get on the board. Oh, just a little bit mistimed jump. I thought it was actually a pretty good throw down there. Gave the guy a shot.
Yeah, not a bad ball. Give him a chance.
Yeah, give him a good look at it. 24-0 in our game of the week, by the way. Bolles over Trinity Christian. And there's a look, let's see, at the top right there's Yulee Clay. Yulee's punting the ball away, so Clay comes out of the gates and is able to make a defensive stop. And there we go, a nice move on the return. We've got some room to run! Crosses midfield. We'll find out who this is. Almost has the ball poked loose. Nice job to hang on to the football. But inside Yulee territory, up 16-13. The Clay Blue Devils.
Javian Cobbert there with the return.
Yeah, that was a low-liner kick, and gave him the opportunity to return it, and return it he did. Did a nice job of that. Let's see what else we got going here. We got Trinity up top on the left, and they're not going to be able to run. They had some room to run a little bit. On the bottom right, it's Ribault Jackson. They just avoided a big mistake. Ribault did. And Jackson on the defensive side almost had a pick six, not able to get it. On the bottom left, it's Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra. There's a sack for Ponte Vedra, and it looks like if you watch some of this Bartram game, and we haven't seen a bunch of it yet here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, but what we've been able to see, Coach, is that defensive front of Ponte Vedra is doing a pretty good job against the big fellas of the Bears.
Yeah, they seem to be flexing. They seem to be really doing a nice job sort of neutralizing Bartram a little bit. They've had the big play, Weatherly, the 70-yard touchdown pass, but they've done actually a pretty good job. And, not overly huge Ponte Vedra, but they sort of all know where to fit and where they need to be at and what they're doing defensively on their scheme.
Well, and they sniffed that out as well. Some more solid defense, and that was a third down play. They went with a safe play, and they'll punt it away because the Sharks defense stands tall. So 14-14 is the game. Ponte Vedra, Bartram Trail. That's a very good matchup down there in St. Johns County. A big crowd, of course, at Bartram. No surprise. There's a couple big ones in St. Johns County tonight with Nice and Creekside playing. We'll get an update on that score hopefully in the next little bit. And a lot happening here in the second half, and we're going to take you all the way through it. What do you see?
Nice up 17-7 at the half.
17-7, so that was a busy second quarter.
Yeah.
I've got 24-7, 10-14 in the third right now. I just got an update.
All right, just got a touchdown then.
There you go. So Nice looking good and trying to win again, and Creekside going to 0-2 potentially. So a rough start for them. After a nice year last year for Sean McIntyre's crew. There's a lot of newness down there with the Knights, but you have Sean Aschenfelder at quarterback who's headed to Rutgers and still looking for some of the pieces. Usually, that's a team that gets a little better as they go. We'll find out if that's the case this year. Nice play by Yulee in the backfield. They stuff out a run, and I think this game's going to be a heck of a battle to the finish, too.
Shamar Gibbs getting in on that one and getting the stop there for Yulee, if I'm looking at that correctly.
Yeah, you probably did.
Maybe.
Got good eyes.
Might have had the running back number from Clay when I read the Yulee roster, but so this is what it's about right here. So we got 4 games all in live action in the second half, and we're going to be able to jump around from game to game and bring you really the action of where the teams are getting ready to score in the Zone Blitz.
Coach, I think you said you just said a score as well. Riverside up 20-9 over Fleming, and Bishop Kenny up 24-7 over Episcopal. So
those were both at the half.
Both at the half, and now we have a touchdown opportunity for Clay, wide open, and there it is, 7-14. Tell us who it is, Weber.
Landon Martin finding Dalen Brown in the end zone for the touchdown. Clay.
Oh, there you go.
When in doubt,
that was
when in doubt, throw the wheel route.
Yeah, man, I love the wheel route. I don't know why they don't use it more. I think it's so hard to defend. 22-13 now with an extra point looming. That's a big score coming out of the half for Clay. And now we've got a little movement up in the top left.
That's Trinity.
Against Bolles. Trinity trying to make at least something happen to get on the scoreboard, build some momentum. They're down 24-0 in our game of the week, Stuart.
That's Hicks Zara, who came in as the quarterback for this drive. He's got the team lined up here at the 11-yard line. And nearly a touchdown there. This we popped over to Jackson real quick. And just short, they're going to say out at about the 5-yard line.
Yeah, he wasn't in.
He was not in. He gave it a go there. So we've got 2 teams knocking on the doorstep. Top left, Trinity taking on Bolles on the doorstep, and then bottom right, you had Andrew Jackson. We'll go back and forth here. Here's Hicks Zara for Trinity Christian. He's going to keep it himself. He's going left side and into the end zone. Touchdown Conquerors. They are on the board.
I wonder if do you know if there's any relation? We wouldn't know this. Is that real relation to Cale Zara, who was at Riverside? And I used to mess up his name all the time.
We haven't seen too many other Zaras. I still don't even know if I'm getting Zara right.
Coach, you remember we used to do that game in the backyard? Zara was the quarterback, but he was a little guy. This kid's a big fella.
Yeah, that's a big fella. They did a good job up front on that drive. Trinity getting back in this game, or at least getting on the board. They sort of leaned on Bolles right there and really put it on them.
What did we just have happen in the Ponte Vedra game? I think there was a touchdown for the Ponte Vedra Sharks. And don't worry, they're coming in for the extra point. We'll get this.
We'll turn it around. We'll give you another look at what we just missed there.
And keep an eye, guys, back there too on that Jackson game, because it looks like they were in the 5-yard line. So just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, let's go. Let's pop over to that one. Let's go over to there we go. Ribault and Jackson.
Oh, it got called back, Casey said. Okay.
So Jackson all the way back to the 35-yard line, and then we will turn around that big highlight we just saw from the Sharks of Ponte Vedra and let you know what happened. But what happened is they scored a touchdown, and so they take the lead now, 21-14 over Bartram.
Big play. So here's Jackson looking for a big play against Ribault.
Move the pile.
You remember what this score was? Have we seen this score yet?
We have
16-8, wasn't it? Coming out of half.
Coming out of half. Okay. In favor of Jackson.
Jackson, yep.
Yeah. I think you were right. 16-8.
It was 16-6 at the half.
There you go.
16-6 at the half.
And so this is a chance really for your old Jackson Tigers right now to really separate here, Coach.
Yeah, get on the board. Just stick it in here. Just be methodical about it. Stick it in, get some points, and they'll sort of see what they're doing. You know, this used to be such a big rivalry. I mean, it used to be packed like 5-6 deep at defense year in, year out. So I'm hoping these 2 coaches coming back in, it will get that rivalry back and get more excitement back in those 2 schools.
Looks like a little juice down there in the trenches. You just saw Jamarian Dixon, the junior quarterback for Andrew Jackson, follow his blockers and pick up a nice little gain there after that penalty backed them up.
Coach, what do you give us a little bit more on your Jackson Tigers, where you did such a good job, and then you hire Christopher Foy when you were the athletic director. He comes in, does a great job, and now he moves on to Oakleaf. Are they in like rebuild mode, or are they kind of a little bit ahead of that?
Yeah, they're pretty young this year. I think they only have like 5 seniors that really play. And so they're pretty young. I know offensively they've got a couple really good skill kids, a couple of their corners and everything. And but they're going to be okay. They got a bunch. They're playing, I think, 2 freshman offensive linemen and 1 sophomore and a senior on the offensive line.
Wow. Let's reset this a little bit. Trinity Christian just scored in the top left. And now Bolles has the ball, but Bolles leads 24-7, probably late in the third quarter. They're going deep right now. Let's see if they can connect. And they overshoot. No, they got him.
Got him.
Here's Burrows. They just hook up with Burrows there, so drum to Burrows for 6 just like that.
Man.
And man, they answer the bell in a hurry, Stuart.
Yeah, you were just trying to line them up right, and sure enough, they take it deep for the touchdown. That's one way to do it. You give up a touchdown, you come right back with a big play and regain all of that momentum. Any momentum that Trinity could have just picked up just vanishes like that.
Yeah, and so now it's 30 and maybe 31 coming soon to the Trinity game in our game of the week. The top right there, Clay just scored to make it 23. I think it is 13 if they kick the extra point right. Then on the bottom left, the Ponte Vedra Sharks just took the lead, 21-14 at Bartram Trail. We'll probably take that one live in a moment. And then Ribault and Jackson still has the ball trying to go in, leads 16-6. So that's an update on those games. Mandarin, we're not really showing you. We have it right here, but they're up 34-0 in the second half, and really not a surprise. The Mustangs are very good. Now Ribault with a big play to thwart a drive for Jackson, and that was a time period there where Jackson had it all the way down to the 5. They get a big play called back. They could have put the game away, essentially. Ribault hanging around now. We'll see if they can do anything on the offensive side. Yeah,
that fumble recovery. It looked like Jackson was about to score. I mean, they get so close and get that penalty. These penalties in high school football are just such backbreakers because, you think about it from a professional, even a college stage, you could go back there and get it back, right? You can go back there and get a 20-yard play, no problem. But in high school, stringing those together can be a little tougher. Oh, lower the shoulder. Yeah.
Wow, Weatherly. He's a big kid, good-looking athlete, but all that was nice window dressing for a third down run, which now brings up fourth down. Before we get to the big touchdown that changed this game and gave Ponte Vedra the lead, let's hang on to it because this is fourth down. You think Bartram Trail is going to go for it down a touchdown in their own end. Coach, what do you do?
Well, I got to feel, you either try to draw them all sides, try to talk about it, draw them all sides. But remember, PV's got the momentum, so he's probably better to play defense and try to flip the field a little bit right here.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to punt this thing from their own 29 on a 4th and 1.5. And they get the punt away. So let's go to that touchdown that changed that game most recently. Happened a few minutes ago. Here it is. And this is Ponte Vedra. This game tied at 14 at the time. That is Camden Titsi on the receiving end of a Drew Price catch, bounces off the tackle, and heads to the end zone for the touchdown.
I don't know. We might be able to see that again. I don't know how much. We might have put that on a couple of times, or maybe we don't. But either way, that was, is this the same play?
Yep, same play.
Yeah. I mean, that's a heck of a play on the near side. It kind of gets lost in all the guys there, spun away, and then a little move to the outside.
3 Bears around him.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one to watch in the film room because they had him corralled.
They did.
And he breaks away. Coach, nice play.
Yeah, it's almost like the safety gave up on it. He was running in and thought, the corner's got him, and then sort of gave up, and then he spun back inside.
That actually reminded me of like the Spears touchdown in the Tennessee Jags game last year to start things.
Why are you doing that?
They had him all bottled up, and all of a sudden he just sneaks down the sideline. Sorry, that was what was in my mind. All right, here we go. We got the 4 games going. So again, Bolles in control in our game of the week. Clay in Yulee. Up there in the top right is Clay.
Clay's gone up by 10. Back? They've got the ball back.
They got the ball back, okay.
Here's a big run for Trinity Christian there in the top left.
I'll tell you what, the game isn't close, but the action is getting better in the Bolles Trinity Christian game, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the first half, but once the camera went live, they knew. I guess it's time to go and make some plays.
I agree with you. They got an update at Riverside Fleming, 28-16. Looks like end of the third. Riverside over Fleming.
So we got some fireworks in the third quarter a little bit. Riverside looking good. Let's see here.
Out of the reach.
Overthrown. Had a guy. Got some big arms on these quarterbacks. We were talking receiver earlier. We just saw Burrows catch a touchdown. And I think it's a little bit, Sully, I think it's kind of reminiscent of what we have in the landscape of college football and the NFL and everything else these days with all the 7-on-7s. The receivers, there's so many good receivers. The depth at receiver. No matter what level of football. It's like everybody wants to be a receiver now, and why not? You see Brandon Ayuk's contract? I mean, pretty good. So I think just this, it wasn't long ago where they threw a pass in high school football and it was like a stunner. Now it's almost surprising when they run 2 times in a row, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're right, and I think it's been the ed tech, the influence of 7-on-7, wideouts, especially like on the college level. They're going to play 6 to 8, 7, 8 guys a game at wideout. You know what I mean? So even though you're behind a guy, you're still going to get reps and get plays and stuff. And I think the skill level in Jacksonville area has been tremendous at the wideout over the past few years.
Yeah, it's pretty good and only getting better. But I don't think it's just a Jacksonville thing. I think it's around the state. I think it's around the country. I think it's in football in general. Let's do this. We're almost an hour in now to the Friday night Zone Blitz, our debut. Keep showing you some of these games. It's now 41-0, by the way, Mandarin over Atlantic Coast. That game updated.
Clock's now rolling.
And the clock will roll in that game. A little bit as we expected. But thanks to Cush and the class at Atlantic Coast, we get to take a little peek in from time to time at that one. That's a freebie for us, so we appreciate that. Getting in. Great to have Coach Kevin Sullivan along with the analysis. We're really just getting warmed up. I mean, we got a lot of different editions of our high school football coverage mixed into a 4-hour span. Bands a little bit later. Friday Night Blitz on TV at 10:30. Coaches will be calling in. We'll get some reaction analysis from the night here in high school football. Week number 2 here in Northeast Florida. So we're going to send you to break, and at the same time, you'll be watching Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail. Keep in mind, Ponte Vedra leads that one 21-14 in the 3rd quarter down there in St. Johns County. Ponte Vedra has the football as we head to a break. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jacks, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jacks is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jacks 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Streaming right now on Action News Jax.
Let's get your morning started.
It's local.
Take a look at this surprising video.
It's breaking. It's weather 24/7.
I gotta keep you guys safe.
It's original.
More trucks, more food.
It's entertaining. Now it's new and free.
'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Everywhere, anytime. Stream Action News Jax wherever you watch.
Well, welcome back here to the Friday Night Zone Blitz. This just happened a short time ago. Clay up top to Dalen Brown, and that's a touchdown for Brown and the Clay Blue Devils as they go on top 23-13 and take a lead by 10 over Yulee. And here's live action now from that Clay Yulee game. A little slide by the QB. Who's QB? Who's
Landon Martin, your
Landon
quarterback.
Martin. There you go. And they're driving again. They have a chance to now put this game away. Yulee's a pesky team. I think Yulee's going to be a good football team. So this would be a nice win for Clay if they're able to kind of hold it out the rest of the way.
Yeah, I kind of knew coming into this one, Coach Kyle was going to get the win tonight in this game for sure.
Why's that?
Because
Kyle Doherty or Kennard?
Yep, one of the Kyles was going to win.
Gotcha.
I knew that for sure. As we pop up our quad box
Always
here.
got to be ready for Weber.
You always got to be ready for a Weber joke here and there. You know, throw them in there. We got 4 games of live action on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. To get you reset, top left, Bolles in control, 31-7 against Trinity Christian. Top right, Clay, as you see a nice tackle there from Yulee's number 10, JJ Etienne. No relation to the Etienne brothers. The one for the Jaguars and the other one we're not talking about anymore, as he went to Georgia.
Some of us aren't.
Some of us aren't talking about him anymore. It might just be me. Bottom left, battle down in St. Johns County as Ponte Vedra holds the lead over Bartram Trail. That's a 21-14 game. And then bottom right, Andrew Jackson, the Nightmare on Main Street at Kevin Sullivan Field, mind you, playing host to the Ribault Trojans. So those are your 4 live games. By the way, that Ribault-Jackson game was voted on by you, the fans.
Yes.
So like thank you. Thank you for voting on that and coming up with our fan vote to be featured here in the coverage. Here we got a little live action and a big hit. They're not going to like the step over, and there's your flag. They don't like the step over. If you take them down, and that's Davon Womack with the big hit, you can make the big hit. You can't step over the guy like that. That's
Coach, come on, you can do worse than
that,
can't you?
I don't know about that.
Well, in today's football, that is frowned upon. Let's just say that.
Yes, I understand.
Hey, you don't tee up Sully, who's retired, to start getting after the Zebras. All right? It's only like the first week of the Zone Blitz.
You can't get fined anymore, so that's good. We got that covered.
We're all in this thing together. We're going to do a pretty nice night out there, by the way. It was hot, obviously, earlier for the early starts, but now a pretty nice night in Jacksonville for all these games. And Bartram looks like Ponte Vedra's driving to maybe go up 2 scores. That's a big deal down there in St. Johns County right now. Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail. Right now, Coach, Ponte Vedra looks like the better team.
Yeah, they seem to really be controlling the clock and everything and pushing Bartram around a little bit up front. Their offensive line seems to be doing a really nice job controlling the clock, getting 4 or 5 at a pop, and then throwing it effectively.
They're kind of leaning on them right now. This has been a long drive after they got the ball back.
Just inside the 20.
Had the big play earlier down the sideline to take the lead. They ended the first half with a big hit on Weatherly and a fumble and a return after they had fumbled it. So that neutralized things at the end of the first half. And now you get a little water break probably midway through the third quarter. As you look at the scoreboard at 31-7 in favor of Bolles over Trinity Christian in our game of the week. And then you look at that scoreboard down there. We have Fletcher, Terry Parker got on the board. Mandarin up big now, 41-0. Looks like Raines is about to close out Sandalwood. There's a really big rebuild at Sandalwood, Coach. It's a little surprising to see Sandalwood getting whooped the way they've been getting whooped.
Yeah, they got a real monumental task right there on that rebuild after Coach Guy's been there all those years. 0-10 last year. The Jennings kid, the corner, left and went to Mandarin. They lost a few other kids. Big rebuild for that school right now. So, we'll have to see. We'll see how that progresses over the next couple years.
All right, live action. Let's take you down to Green Cove Springs. Clay Blue Devils currently leading this one by 10 and looking for more.
So we got third down play.
We got a third down here just outside the 20. And we're going to do it again. As the whistles blow. Come on, they're ruining the flow.
That was actually a timeout.
Yeah. Okay.
I know, they are ruining the flow.
Listen,
if you want flow, don't go to a high school game.
Yeah, you're right about that.
that's not all the officials' fault. It's sometimes just guys not lining up correctly. fault. But it looks like Trinity Christian and Bolles is a red zone game for us, so we'll take that and see if we got another score on the horizon.
Actually, do me this. Go to Ponte Vedra Bartram Trail, because they just moved themselves inside the 10. We're going to bounce around a little bit, because it looks like we're about to get a field goal attempt there for Bolles. So let's go here. Ponte Vedra Sharks knocking on the doorstep here at about the 8-yard line, and they're already up by 7. So this would be big for the Sharks if they're able to punch it in on 1st and goal.
And while we're watching that one, by the way, you're right, field goal attempt for Bolles, and had a chance to go up 34 to 7 in that game, and they do just that.
Kick is up and good.
So that's over.
Yeah.
With 9 minutes to go in the game, and our game of the week wasn't really so much a game of the week. That happens.
It happens. Yeah. It happens. Sometimes you pick it on name and you go with it.
Well, yeah, don't take it personal.
I'm taking it personal. I'm taking it personal.
I had to pick these. It's so soft, Coach. I mean, it's okay. You can't do anything about it. You can't predict the outcomes. But Clay and Yulee so far pretty good. Clay trying to go up bigger than this. 23-13 is the score. Yulee hanging on tight. Nice defensive stop there. And really, right now, you could say maybe the game of the week in terms of the scoreboard is Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail, 21-14. But Ponte Vedra has a chance to make me a liar if they can go in and get another score there, as they've got the ball deep in Bartram Trail territory. And we'll get back to that action in just a bit when they get back to some action.
The nice thing is we get to watch them too. When we go single game for you at home, we're also kind of watching here on the 5 screen. Just had a nice tackle in the backfield from Jackson as Ribault's right there at the red zone, trying to claw their way back into this one. And you see Clay getting set here. It looks like it's going to be a 4th down play coming up.
They're going to go for it.
Yeah, they got a 15-yard penalty.
Oh, they got to go. Now they might want to kick it.
Took them out of field goal range.
Yeah, might have.
Yeah, if they've got a kicker,
ball,
that's
yeah.
right. By the way, Ponte Vedra game, as you can see, Ribault, Jackson here. Ponte Vedra game, end of the 3rd quarter. That's why the delay there. They just switched, so haven't got back to the action just yet. On the right-hand side of your screen, that's Ribault and Jackson. Jackson in the lead, but Ribault threatening to score here as well. High snap is handled.
This is Jaden Morgan, and
they blew that one dead.
Blow it dead.
And Morgan says thank you for blowing it.
Yes, he was not in a good place.
He was not in a good spot. Maybe for good reason.
All right, so there's Ponte Vedra. Short little pass.
Yeah, down the bottom left. That's a touchdown.
And that's a touchdown for the Sharks.
That's a really good
Like that's
call right
number
there.
7 there. Brian Case on the receiving end of a Drew Price touchdown pass to start off the 4th quarter and to make it a 2-score game. Ponte Vedra Sharks take a 14, well, pending a extra point. Potentially a 14-point lead over Bartram Trail.
Sully, you just said that was, I think it was a 2nd and goal play from around the 8-yard line, something like that. You liked it, huh? Good call.
Yeah, I think he probably had a tendency where they like to bring extra pressure off that and ran that little slip screen to the running back right there. Really good call, wide open, caught it, and walked in the end zone.
Yeah, a huge score there. I mean, that's going to open some eyes. Oh, did that hit the post?
No, I was watching another game. You're on one game. I just saw a Ribault touchdown, almost an interception, and we'll turn this around for you and get it back, the highlight for you. But you can see the celebration there, bottom right, as Ribault celebrates a touchdown, and that gets them right back into this thing against Andrew Jackson. The pass deflected off the hands of the defender for Jackson, and is caught for the touchdown by the Ribault Trojans.
Coach, did that game start late or something? I mean, it's 9 o'clock, and Ribault and Jackson are still playing. And it looks like they got a good, look at how much time's left. There's Kevin Sullivan Field.
There it is.
There's
the scoreboard. We got you in there.
Now we go to Bolles.
They might have, there was 1:14 in the 3rd. They might have get started late. You know, they got bus problems in Duval County, you know, getting the buses and getting people there on time. So, it's always an issue with the coaches complaining about.
Yeah, had to start late, which is fine, which means we get to show it to you right here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. What you're seeing right now is our game of the week. Bolles Trinity Christian really hasn't played out that way. Bolles is up big, somehow they got the ball back while we were checking in on some of these other games. They had just kicked a field goal 34-7. Now they got a chance to really roll the clock. We're probably right around 6 minutes, 5 minutes to go in this game.
Ribault, by the way, went for 2, unsuccessful. So 16-12 is your score with 11 minutes to play. Andrew Jackson leading Ribault by 4.
So did that say 11:41 to go?
Yeah.
In the fourth?
In the fourth.
Or because I think the quarter was still on 3, but I'm not sure it shifted. There's no way that's still in the
It's
third.
not in the third.
Right?
It can't be in the third.
Okay.
We've seen a whole quarter of action there.
You can't always trust what you see.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
You can't trust the scoreboard out there.
What do you mean? Your name's on it, Coach.
Yeah, but I'm not operating it.
Hey, by the way, that would be actually something, right? If you operated the scoreboard that has your name on it.
I don't know if you can do that remotely from home at the beach, though, like the show. So I don't know. I don't know how that works.
This is a way better setup for you. So there's now Bartram Trail trying to make something happen. They're going to have to get going a little bit. That's a fun part about this early time of the season is you really don't know what everybody has. And, it's easy to assume Bartram Trail is always good. They're just going to be good. Trinity Christian, good. Always going to be good. Well, sometimes you have a little bit more of a down cycle or just not as good as you've been. And our expectations are that you're as good as you always have been. This isn't the NFL or even college football when it comes to that. Very cyclical.
Right.
And here's the other thing, Coach, and you know this. As St. Johns County continues to build schools, the school that's been the most impacted recently is Bartram Trail. I mean, their beachside's pretty good, quickly. Mm-hmm. Well, all those beachside kids, or majority of those beachside kids, would have been Bartram Trail kids.
Oh, almost picked.
Yeah, they almost picked that one. So, but the expansion of the schools, I think, has impacted probably Bartram Trail and maybe in all their sports, but especially right here in football. And now, again, that doesn't mean they're going to be bad. It just means that the balance of power has kind of spread out a little bit more in St. Johns County with the emergence of Beachside and Tokoi Creek, and obviously where Creekside's program is in Nice, looking good again tonight, beating Creekside, big, by the way. And then we're watching Ponte Vedra, and obviously you got St. Augustine. So, and I might as well mention Menendez in this conversation as well, since I just rolled off every school. But that expansion of schools and the population, I think Bartram Trail will be the most impacted down there, Coach.
Yeah, I think he will, and especially with Beachside having success, those kids are going to want to go to Beachside and play at Beachside, and with them keep building and having success, it's going to impact Bartram no matter what.
Hey, Coach, I want to ask you this because what my eyes tell me in this Ponte Vedra-Bartram game is Ponte Vedra had a game plan, and it seems like it's really working. And in high school football, when you're going up against a plan that's working, is it hard to change and shift at the age of these kids? Or do you just kind of go in and see if you can figure it out? What's the mentality there when you're up against sometimes you're up against a better team, but it looks like whatever they're doing, especially on defense, Ponte Vedra's figured it out.
Yeah, and I think last week probably helped them playing Nice with a similar offense in Bartram Trail. And so they might have been able, after last week, they didn't play good in this spot or this spot, change some guys around, move some guys, maybe get some different things. So I think them having who they played last week has probably helped them coming into this game. And like I said, we've always thought they've been really good on defense, So I always thought they were really good. I think they got a good scheme of what they're doing, and I think tonight they're just executing the plan, what they've got to do to win.
Yeah, they're well coached. They're pretty sound fundamentally, like a lot of teams in the area, and it's proven its point tonight. This would be a big win for Ponte Vedra because they've been close, just haven't been able to get over that Bartram Trail, much like many teams down there in St. Johns County, and could be a big one for PV. Kevin Sullivan joining us on the phone. He's our Hall of Fame coach, gives us the analysis. Obviously knows the area so well and better than us all when it comes to high school football. We had brought up Ponte Vedra going up 28-14. Let's show you the highlight. Brian Case ended up catching the touchdown. Sully really liked the play call. This was really the second play of the fourth quarter. Really might be the first play. I think it was the first play of the fourth quarter. 7 seconds tick off there, and that's a touchdown. And that's how now it's 28-14 in favor of the visitors. Bartram Trail down by 2 scores against Ponte Vedra. Brian Case ends up getting in the end zone on a beautifully designed screen. from
Good
inside
job
the
by
10-yard
14,
line.
the wideout out here blocking right here on this block right there. Boom.
Yeah,
Good job by the wideout.
They set it up well. That'll be a sticker in the film room tomorrow for the receiver.
Heck yeah. It's what you do without the ball in your hands that makes you a great teammate as a wideout.
Trying to peek up at the scoreboard a little bit too as we continue to look live at Ponte Vedra and Bartram Trail, and Ponte Vedra's got the ball back. Yeah, good call there. Thanks, Casey. Mandarin just beat Atlantic Coast 47-0 was the final. Little running clock at the end. Good battle early on from Atlantic Coast, and this courtesy of the Morning Rays and the student group led by Cush, doing a great job, and we're allowed to peek in on that one. So nice job by those guys and that class to do that. And look at Bolles now just goes up 30. Oh, now that much. That's 40, potentially 41-7. Over Trinity Christian. So Mandarin comes away with the win. Bolles is going to come away with the win. Those two games are kind of in blowout fashion. We've still got 3 we're really keeping an eye on of the 5 that we've highlighted and continue to show you. And that is, of course, Clay and Yulee, Ponte Vedra Bartram, although that's now a 2-score game, and Ribault and Jackson. Jackson in the lead 16-12 over Ribault, and there's still a lot of time in that football game. Up here is Yulee and Clay. Clay leads by 10, and I think Yulee has the football as they're getting lined up. It looks that way, so they're going to have to do something and do it quicker with that clock winding down. Brett Martineau, Stuart Weber, our Hall of Fame coach Kevin Sullivan, and here's a Yulee play, and they set up a screen. And they got it going. Oh, yeah, he's really going.
That's Shamar Gibbs right there. Getting a little blocking there at the end from DJ Mason. Finally pushed out just outside the 20. Nice big pickup for the Hornets.
Coach, I've seen a couple of plays, and I'm like, why don't these guys run them more? Like, the screenplay so far in the last 15 minutes has been very effective. We saw earlier the tight end from Trinity over the middle, like a little seam play, very simple pitch and catch. Those seem like, we saw the wheel route earlier. I mean, I'm not criticizing play calling. I don't know, those are plays that are hard to stop, I think, if you execute them well, and we're seeing them tonight.
Well, I was the worst screen coach ever in the history of screen, so I love the screen play. I love it. And, it's got to be the right time, right setup, catch them in that all-out blitz and everything. And we've seen 2 really good executed ones in the last few minutes.
Listen, I've always said, Coach, that it's hard to execute it at the NFL level sometimes. We went 10 years and the Jags couldn't run a screen, it felt like. So to get the high school kids to run it, and like you said, there's a lot that goes into it. The timing, not having a guy downfield, not getting your quarterback crushed. And then you got the pacing of that play makes it difficult, right?
Yeah, it's just, it's one of your staples, and it's one of those things that, you hit it one time, then, of course, the defense is up on that formation and whatnot. Just being able to do different things with the screen, with the back or the wide receiver, some little tight end middle screens is such a good play, especially of aggressive defenses.
Ponte Vedra now punting away, and milking a little clock, and they'll take a delay of game, it looks like. Bartram will get it back, and Bartram's going to have to move. They're down 2 scores now. 28-14 is the score. Mandarin has gone final, as we mentioned. Yulee Clay. That Yulee play that we showed actually got called back by a penalty. So it was a good-looking play, but it got called back. We don't like that in TV land. We like the good-looking plays for our highlights. But that did happen. And 16-12 to go. 16-12 is the score. Jackson over Ribault. That clock cannot be right.
I think it said 11:41 since the point that it was 11:41.
But it did move from the 3rd to the 4th quarter.
See, in the saying is a clock is always right twice. Well, in high school football, a clock is always right 4 times. So at some point during a quarter, it was 11:41, and
I think it was 1:14 left in the 3rd quarter.
Maybe it was.
If you want my opinion.
Well, it's
your scoreboard. You can call it whatever you want it to call it.
So here's the bottom line.
They did flip fields, though.
One tricky part, and by the way, our photographer's doing a great job getting to the scoreboard, giving us updates, but we really don't know exactly how right the scoreboards are all the time. And it's pretty obvious that Ribault-Jackson game, That's not caught up, so we really don't know. We think the score is correct, 16-12. We just don't know the time and how much is left in it. You do see Jackson still passing, being aggressive in this area, and if they can get a score, Coach, they can put this one away. They are approaching the red zone.
Yeah, don't run out of bounds on that either and stop the clock. You got the lead, you know what I mean? Sorry.
Take the coach out of the coach.
That's for coaching me. You know?
Well, you're right.
Go down if you're gonna run out of bounds. Oh, you got the lead. You're eating clock. You want to get points here, so don't run out of bounds.
That's a good call. Oh, ball's on the ground, and Ribault's got it.
What are they saying?
No, that was a fumble. But he's down.
Yeah, he's down. He is down.
Number 4, by the way, comes away with the fumble. I don't know who stripped it, but it was number 4 for Ribault.
That'd be Arthur Williams.
Oh, we do have a flag down now.
Oh, it's on the far side.
Is that a neutral zone or they're going to say it's Jackson. It's probably a legal formation of some kind.
You're finding out
Ribault's going to get it. Huge stop by the Trojans.
Yeah.
That running back just dropped that ball. I don't even think he was really hit that hard.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to break away and slip a tackle and then lost the ball. Who'd you say? Did you know who it was?
That was, which play?
4 on the
4 was
recovery?
Arthur Williams.
Okay, you got the fumble recovery.
Yep.
Cool.
For Ribault.
I think we have another bowl play. We kind of just caught that one at the end. Aiden Anderson.
Yeah, let's check it out. If we've got it ready to go. Not ready yet.
Sorry, I jumped the gun.
He did. That's okay.
My bad.
That's all right. By the way, our videographer from that game, Jason Hamby, going down to the field to go get some reaction from Coach Matthew Toblin and the Bulls Bulldogs. So that's why you don't see his shot up anymore, because he's working. We're putting him to work.
That's right. Well, it's our game of the week, so we'll have plenty of reaction from that one. And this will be about the time of the show where we'll hopefully get some coaches calling in a little bit. So Ribault does get the football back. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. Bartram Trail really has to make a move here if they're going to threaten and have a chance at the end of this game. Ponte Vedra's up by 2 scores. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's do this. Take a timeout.
Well, let's go to show me that Ribault first, real quick. Huge gainer there, all the way down to the 25. This is Ribault. There you go, and Jackson, and that's a huge pickup for the Trojans from Jalen Francis.
Oh, there you go.
Senior playmaker.
That one's not getting called back. They're pulling the chains
gang
down.
Hurry up, chain gang. All right, you want to take a break, show that game while we're look, the scoreboard is working. Okay. It is running. I mean, that's good to see. Love to see that.
Let's do that. We'll go side by side with that Ribault Jackson game and take a quick timeout, come back, and we'll see what happens in that one and get Kevin Sullivan's reaction. Hopefully get some coaches on as well. Hey, we're just getting warmed up. We got the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30 with full highlights of everybody. We got reaction. We've got bands at 11 o'clock. We got another Friday Night Blitz. We'll take you until midnight here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz on the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network. New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jacks to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jacks in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jacks 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms. Whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV, you can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry. We still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel. Plus, check out our short reels on our TikTok. Action Sports Jacks 24/7. It's on all the time and everywhere.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast, bakersport.com.
Well, we're taking a live look back here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz, and that is Ribault and Jackson. Ribault trying to take the lead on Main Street, and the handoff, a shifty play, but somebody's got a jersey, and now they don't. Did he stay up there? Wow, I'm going to get whoever number 0 is in a second. That's Jalen Francis, who just had the long run to get him there. There's a flag at the end of that play. What a heck of a run, by the way. I mean, his jersey pulled off, pulls away from the jersey, almost goes down. I guess they do say his knee was down, it looks like, before they even tell us about the flag. So Jalen Francis with a heck of a run.
Hold there.
That was a good run, Coach Sully.
Yeah, really good run. Kept his feet going and didn't give it up, and kept on moving. Small little shifty guy, good power in there. Oh, yeah, motion.
Is that what they call motion?
That back up. Yep.
How hard is it early in the year for the high school guys to kind of execute, get everything coordinated? As you can see, a little frustration on the Trojan side there that they weren't lined up or didn't get the snap off operationally. But how difficult is that for the 16, 17, 18-year-old kids?
Well, I think a little bit early it's that way like that. So, yeah, it's just one of those things, especially now you got a lot more motion. Sometimes the linemen aren't getting set, or they're going up and down as the guy's coming across. They're probably going to run the same play because they've been having success inside with it.
You're taking a look top left, by the way. Now we got a fumble in that Ribault game. They fall on it, so that's almost disaster for the Trojans. I mean, they were almost in the end zone. Questionably, might have been in the end zone, and now they got all sorts of problems as they're down by 4 in the fourth quarter and trying to take the lead.
Fourth down now.
Is it fourth down now?
Yeah, this will be fourth down.
So a big play coming up. That's what this is all about in the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We get to show you this and how it finishes. They're on Main Street at Kevin Sullivan Field, and there's a timeout by Ribault. They know how big this one is. Top left is Clay and Yulee, and it looks like Clay is marching in again. They're up on Yulee at 23-13 last check. Fourth quarter action, and probably at least midway through now. So they got a chance to put a bow on this one. And Yulee's defense trying to stiffen up and hold and give their offense one more chance. Bartram Trail does have the football, by the way, against Ponte, and Bartram Trail gets a nice run. They might be off to the races a bit. At least a nice pickup, 15, 20 yards inside the 20-yard line now of Ponte, and you can tell there's a little urgency on Bartram Trail's part because they know they got to score and score quick as we are in the fourth quarter and the Sharks are up by 2 touchdowns. Hey,
2 touchdowns, yeah.
Back there, let's keep an eye on potentially that Ribault Jackson when they get back to action. They're still in a timeout. Here's Bartram Trail, and Weatherly slips a tackle, and just a pickup of a couple, but at least
and the clock keeps rolling too.
Saved them.
Oh, another ball on the turf up there in the top left. That's that Yulee Clay game.
Oh, they got it.
And Yulee comes away with it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, Clay's saying we got it.
Well, but
hey, let's take the Ribault game live. This is fourth down, Ribault Jackson game. Actually, you can pick. I guess we got a lot of things happening with Bartram Trail up there. I'm not sure if they scored or not. They might have.
Pick.
And now it's a pick in the Jackson game.
And that is number 5, Tavion Lawson with the interception. And that might, well, it looks like we might have some extracurriculars as you see a flag go flying just off screen to the left there.
Yeah, it's over there. You see the kids running to grab him.
Yeah, exactly. Tavion Lawson, though, with the interception, making that big play for the Tigers.
Well, they didn't miss that call. They had 4 flags on the call. And by the way, Bartram did score on that. So as Ribault was throwing an interception, Bartram does score, and now it's 28-21. We'll get an idea here in a second how much time's left. Doing a good job down there is DR, and he'll show us the scoreboard in a moment. Let's see how much time Bartram Trail has left to potentially come back and tie this football game at home, down by a score. And your eyes are better than mine. Weber, what does it say? 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's looks like 2:38, if I'm looking at that correctly.
2:38, and it looks like Bartram has all 3 timeouts if the scoreboard is correct. Or is it they have just 1?
It's either a 1 or a 3, or a 2 or a 0. One of those 4 options.
Casey? All right.
We think it's 3.
So they got a chance there. We'll see what happens with the kick. But obviously, this one's coming right down to the wire, Sully. Good performance by Ponte Vedra, but Bartram Trail not done yet.
Yeah, they got an onside kick here or what? Or are you going to play it out? They got 3 timeouts. They'll probably kick it deep and play it.
Yeah, I think that will be the tell if on the scoreboard of how many timeouts they do have if they kick it deep. But I don't know. I'm kind of maybe you try to onside it anyway.
They go deep.
They're going deep, so they got 3. And they'll leave it up to their defense. 2:38 to go and 3 timeouts, so they definitely have a chance. Ribault, they're still trying to settle this thing out on the field. There's a hat on the field, Coach. Does that mean a punch was thrown?
Usually it's ineligible if there's a hat on the field.
Well, this looks like extracurricular activities
but it
after
could have
the
been
play.
another. He ran out of flags.
flags.
Threw a hat down.
Oh, yeah, it could have been.
Could have come off.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, it was after the play, so it should be Jackson's ball no matter what. It was after the play, so.
Yeah, I got a feeling this is going to be on both teams for the extracurriculars.
Probably.
The question is, are they going to kick somebody out of the game?
Yeah. You see Coach Ramsey out there with the headset, trying to wait and find out what's going to happen. What's going to happen for his team as he has to game plan. You get your live looks at our other 2 matchups still going on. Yulee dropping back to pass over the middle and just off the fingertips as the Hornets try to pick up a big gainer there through DJ Mason, but can't quite haul it in. The incomplete pass. They need to drive quickly as well because they're down 10 in the 4th.
Yeah,
all those games in the 4th now, right?
Yeah, pretty late. I mean, 9:25.
Riverside just scored again, 35
Friday night. So
20 over
there was an ejection,
Plymouth. I'm
Casey?
sorry, 35-22 over Plymouth right now in the 4th.
Casey updating us 2 penalties on each side on this Ribault-Jackson game. Here's live action of Yulee once again. Boy, look at that Clay defense. Clay defense has been really good tonight. Again, I think the Hornets offense is pretty good too. So 13 points has been a nice effort. So we got timeout in the Bartram Trail game. Obviously, they made a stop, couple-yard run at 2nd and long, and 2 timeouts with about probably 2.5 minutes to play in that football game. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Maybe we take you back as we get ready for a Ponte Vedra play. Late in the 4th quarter, the Sharks up 28-21, 2.5 minutes to go. Couple timeouts left for Bartram Trail. They need to stop. They need to get the ball. They need to score to potentially send this game to overtime.
All right, so here is Ponte Vedra's 2nd down play. Bartram Trail already used up 1 of their touchdowns. They're going to run the ball to keep the clock running. Stopped right at the line. You're going to see Coach Johns on the near side call his 2nd timeout and preserve as much of that clock as possible as Ponte Vedra will be facing a 3rd and 10 here in just a moment. Bartram Trail down to their final timeout. You'd imagine Ponte Vedra will try and run it again, and Bartram will try and call timeout again.
Yeah, Sully, we'll bring you in here. This is not, I mean, first of all, it's perfect execution right now. It doesn't even look like Ponte Vedra is trying to do too much. They don't want to risk too much. I mean, that was just like a little jog into the pile and call timeout. They're probably going to do a similar thing, make Bartram Trail burn all 3 timeouts, and then have their defense, which has been very good tonight, trust their defense to hold the Bears.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're going to do. That you may get a little zone where the quarterback keeps it just to keep it in his hand so he doesn't drop it, like that. and takes off and try to squeak one, maybe catch them sleeping. But that's the plan. Just try to get some. Heck, you could get up and run quarterback sneak 3 times in a row. Takes them a while to undo the pile, burn some more time, that kind of stuff. But I think that's what you're going to get. Have they got back to Jackson yet down there? Or are they still?
No, they're still sorting this out. I mean, it's been at least a 5 or 6 minute delay now, as they had 4 penalty flags and a hat on the field after an interception. So Jackson has the ball, and the clock said like 7 minutes. So there's still that much time potentially in that game. Here we go. Third down for Ponte Vedra, 3rd and long, and they're going to throw it.
Price throwing to the near side. Is that picked? Did he catch it?
No.
Oh, he dropped it at the last second. Still an incomplete pass. We'll start the clock and force a punt. But wow,
Coach, what are they doing?
If I'm going to do that, I'm going to throw quick and stay in bounds and burn a little clock and that. But I'm not going to throw that. That should have been almost a big 6 right there. That's a little questionable. Coach got confidence in his guys, but you're trying to win the game. Now you just saved the timeout for them.
Yeah, you saved the timeout, but they put the ball in danger. They didn't even look like they were trying to gain a yard on the first 2 downs. And then they did that.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought they'd surprise them a little bit, because I didn't think there was a chance they would throw that football.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you on that. I thought they'd run like a little quarterback thing. Now they got to burn a timeout because somebody's not on the punt team.
Yeah, they weren't out there.
13 or 18
How long have you
running
been this
out
high school football coaching?
Get yelled at.
High school football coaching stuff seems so much fun.
Oh, my gosh. I'm getting nervous now just looking at the guy running on the field like, what are we doing?
Coach, it's crazy that, remember we had the Bartram Creekside game a couple years ago, and Creekside had a good field goal kick. They elected to try to throw to the end zone one time. They got it picked. That play by Ponte Vedra just reminded me of that game. In a similar situation at Bartram Trail, and I mean, it wasn't the exact same situation, but
no, but yeah, they were in field goal range for the win, and they took a shot and they picked it.
Yeah. So you never know in high school football with punting and kicking off, all this stuff. So here's the punt top right. There's still a good, probably 2:15, 2:20 with 1 timeout for Bartram. Down 28-21. Looks like they got the punt away clean, but also a chance to return it. They got Coach, perfect setup. I mean, for Bartram, 45-yard line, 1 timeout, probably a shade over 2 minutes to go in the game. I understand the 2-minute offense is a little more difficult in high school, but that's a pretty good situation for the Bears, right?
Yeah, and they can still run it a little bit too, having that timeout in their pocket and everything. They can still run it a little bit more. They don't have to throw every down, so you can still get a draw in there or something like that. So. We'll see what they'll end up doing.
Well, we're going to stay with that one. Ribault and Jackson, by the way, the Jackson interception did stand. So Jackson has it and clinging to a 16-12 lead. We got a flag down in this one. Bartram Trail completes the pass. That's inside Ponte Vedra territory, but let's see if it stands.
DeAndre Caldwell on the receiving end of that Weatherly pass.
Face mask.
That kind of came across the middle of the field. You wonder, did it come from the offensive line on a hold? Yeah, it looks like it. They're walking back.
No, yeah, I didn't see that.
Just got this in. First Coast Bucks able to get the win tonight, 54-0. There
you go.
Looking good. Marty Lee's Bucks playing well, so we got that score in.
If you can't tell, by the way, from the background noise in this Bartram Trail shot, our camera is on the home sideline, and the home fans not pleased with that call, expressing their displeasure, hopefully keeping it safe for the FCC.
Just got a question about Trinity Christian. I didn't see it on the score bug, but Trinity Christian loses, I think, 41-7. They were down 41-7.
With two and a half to go for sure.
So we think that one.
Yeah, I think that one's done.
All right, so here's Bartram Trail, top right. And we'll take that one live, and it's Weatherly, and that's deep. Oh, he gets away.
How did he get that? How did he get rid of that?
Almost got a completion out of it. Wow. Boy, that penalty coach is a killer, right? I mean, they had it on the other side of the field, and they had a holding call that negates it, and now they're way behind the sticks.
Yeah, and then you also got, they burned time. They lost yardage and burned time. That play took 6-7 seconds, and they lost those seconds, couldn't call a timeout, and then the clock runs, And so, that was a double whammy for them.
That Clay defense standing tall against Yulee right now. Meanwhile, Weatherly trying to create space, and he did a good job. I had to give his guy a chance, but now all of a sudden we're looking at a 3rd and 20 for Bartram Trail here, and the clock isn't as much a factor as that first down marker is, Stuart.
First down, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta pick up 20 yards in 2 plays
now.
To keep it going. As a reminder, they are down 28-21. Bartram Trail trailing by 7 at home to the Sharks of Ponte Vedra. In the final couple minutes of this game, they took over with 2 minutes to go, a little 2 and change. And so let's see what they dial up here on 3rd and about 21 or so. It is Jaden Weatherly in the backfield as the quarterback. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Across the middle, this one skips across the turf. Another incompletion, and that'll be a 4th and 20-plus yard play coming up to keep the game alive at this point. Remember, they only had that 1 timeout left after having to burn them on the previous drive. So more than likely, if you don't convert here on this 4th down, Ponte Vedra in shape to start taking some knees, I think.
Yeah, it would have to be a big mistake. Coach, you got a play call here on 4th and 20?
Well, on 3rd down, they should have thrown some type of quick screen to get 5 or 6 to 8 back, maybe, you know what I mean? And then make it manageable, knowing it was 4 down territory, and they're coming after them pretty good. We'll see how good they really just got to try to get somebody in an open area or just take a shot, tell the guy to run deep.
They might have had a holding call there, but they didn't call it, I don't think. And now right at the sticks, was that a catch? Or did they call it incomplete?
Either way, are they calling that a catch and a 1st down? By where they got it marked, it looks like they're giving them a 1st down.
Oh, wow.
They're not measuring. They flipped it over to a 1st, and there goes the chain gang.
Well, they can't spike. The chains aren't set.
Well, the clock shouldn't start till the chains are set, right?
Yeah. Coach,
and the
what
quarterback had
happens
his
there?
mouthpiece out, too.
Say that again?
The quarterback had his mouthpiece out, which is a penalty, too.
Is it really? Just to have it out, after the play?
No, when he went to spike the ball.
Oh, when he went to spike it. Okay.
Yeah, his mouthpiece is out, so he doesn't have the equipment. You got to have a mouthpiece in high school.
Wow, what a play that was. What a spot that was. What an interesting situation with the clock that was. I don't even know who Weatherly hooked up with, but now they got the ball in Ponte Vedra territory with a chance. And it's 2nd down because they did spike it on 1st.
Double pass.
They get not much.
That's what I would have seen them doing earlier.
Yeah, they don't get much, but it's 3rd and 7 now, which is way more manageable than it's been. It looks like Bartram might have just called timeout, Coach. So
yeah, they have to. Yeah, they have to on that.
I feel like Yulee's had the ball in the same spot of the field for the last 15 minutes. So I don't know what's going on in that game, but Clay still has the lead, and we're showing you top left. It looks 23-13. Casey, I'm not sure if you saw the scoreboard as DR panned over to in the Bartram game, but it's got to be there's got to be just a little over a minute to go. Sully, I'm not really sure, the clock is that big of a deal right now where Bartram is.
Yeah, well, we know they got to score a touchdown, and not having the clock and everything is it's sort of a big deal, but like you said, they've got to score. They got to work the sidelines. They got to try to get something where they can move it. We don't know how much time left, so that changes sort of everything.
Yeah, that was our bad. DR actually showed us, and I wasn't looking, so I think there was a little over a minute to go. I got to figure. But they don't have any more timeouts now, so it's 3rd and 7 here for Bartram Trail. Down a touchdown, 28-21. They've got the ball in the snap, and it's Weatherly, and they're trying to throw it out, and they get it. Nice pass, nice catch, beautiful execution down to the 30-yard line, and that looks like it was that number 3? Was it Nico Dawkins there? Either way, it's a 1st down for Bartram Trail, and here they come. The Bears trying to pull off a crazy last few minutes with 2.5 minutes to go in the game. They were down by 2 scores, scored a touchdown, got a 3 and out.
How big was that incomplete pass?
Huge. I mean, the game might be over right now if they didn't throw that pass on 3rd down. So here's Bartram.
That's what I'm saying, because they would have had burned that time out earlier.
Well, there's a lot of traffic in the area there for Bartram Trail and Ponte Vedra bodies, and that one falls incomplete. So it's 2nd down and 10 now from the about 30-yard line for Bartram Trail. We're also keeping an eye on Ribault has the ball down on that bottom screen. Ribault and Jackson, they're down 16-12 and trying to figure out where on the field they are. Looks like they're in Jackson territory. So the bottom game, Ribault Jackson. Top right game is Bartram and Ponte Vedra. Those are the two big ones coming right down to the finish here in the fourth quarter. And a big sack by Ponte Vedra, almost a strip sack. Weatherly holds on to it. There's that defensive front. They've been the stars of the game, Coach, so far for the Sharks.
Yeah, definitely. They should have laid on a little bit, too, to eat up some more clock.
Oh, no, he spiked it. I don't know how much time's left. Maybe we'll get a chance to see this, but it's third and now it's 4th and 16. They spiked it on third down, which I don't, depending on
get the same plays they got the other one, the long one, the other one on.
Yeah, and tough to tell because depending the clock, maybe they had to do it that way, but I thought I heard some people say, oh, no. So maybe a little mismanagement there. Here's a Ribault, maybe a touchdown, slant over the middle, some moves inside the 10, and do they score? No. Down inside the 5-yard line, down to the 2-yard line. So we've got some fantastic finishes. Here's 4th down for Bartram Trail now. Down by a touchdown, and that one incomplete. The Sharks are going to get away and get out of Bartram Trail High School with a win. You can see the celebration on the sideline. Heck of an effort down the stretch by Bartram Trail, but the Sharks get the win. What a huge win for those guys. And we're going to see how much time was left, 27 seconds. Go back to that decision, Coach. That's tricky, though. He got sacked. There would have been a running clock. I mean, maybe he did have to spike it in that spot.
Yeah, I think he had to spike it, give you one more play. I think they had to spike it, give him one more play.
Yeah. All right, so now we have Ribault, 3:27 to go, down 16-12. Heck of a play right at the line of scrimmage by the Tigers. And, oh, what a finish we have here. Hey, this is what this show's all about, the Friday night Zone Blitz. This is what we want to be able to do, give you live peeks at the end of games. And we've really been showing these games all night long. And heck, they're taking forever. We think Ribault Jackson started a little bit later, most likely because of a bus situation that does happen from time to time. You see 23-13 up top left. Clay in the lead over Yulee with under 3 minutes to go. Yulee needs like a miracle at this point. Ponte Vedra just won that football game. So let's take Ribault full, guys, against Jackson. Looks like second down to me, Coach, inside the 5. Tigers clinging to a 16-12 lead. It looks like we had some kind of movement, but they don't call it. Instead, it's going to be a touchdown for Ribault with 3:15 or so to go. Actually, less than that. We're under 3 minutes to go now. Ribault takes the lead, and that was Jaden Morgan, the quarterback, junior quarterback, find the way. Coach, I'm not sure if you've been able to see that one from where you are at now. It looked like there was some movement in the backfield, but they didn't call it, and it's a touchdown instead.
Yeah, that's a good job. They've been working on that one side. They've been having success running the ball right there. But I mean, they did a nice job. He just drew a little slant, and the guy made a nice play and got down there, and then they got it in there. But still plenty of time for the Tigers to get back and move it around. Oh, Yulee just scored.
Yeah, and Yulee just scored, and so they make that a game with under 3 minutes to go. I think that was, I just had his number, and now I forget it. 13. Trevion Owens-Frazier, sophomore for Yulee, catches the touchdown pass, and so they're in business a bit. They've got to make this extra point. 2:29 to go, 23-19. Obviously, the extra point would be huge. We've got guys running on the field, running off the field. There should be penalties on both teams. I don't know why they snapped it, but that was a colossal mess on the extra point.
Yes. Yeah. Come on, get in the game.
I always say this. I've never coached high school football, but I wouldn't want to be the special teams coach of high school football.
Yeah, well, you got to have a guy in charge of that with, like, you know, hey, extra point, be over here ready to go. And then the holder should be counting, you know, when they get out there, he should be counting. But you could take a delay here on the extra point. It's not a big deal, you know what I mean? You got time. Everybody rushes on that. They give you an extra minute on the extra point getting lined up in high school.
I think they were trying to catch Clay a little bit. Gosh, after even that little stoppage, we got a guy running on late. Might add a little movement there, too. Is that extra point good? Yes, it is. So now we've got 23-20. We might have had a running into the kicker as well or something extracurricular. But 2.5 minutes to go. Clay Yulee. It's now a field goal game. I doubt they'll take the points off the board there. That extra point was huge. And now we have, I think Casey said 2:20 to go in the Ribault-Jackson game. This one is 18-16 with an extra point looming, and that would be a big extra point as well to make it a field goal game. And this is not your normal kicker. Yeah, that's what happens a little bit. No good on the extra point. No good on the extra point there, but now it makes it 18-16 in favor of Ribault with about 2:20 to go. Jackson could win the game on a field goal. I don't know what kind of field goal kicker Jackson has either, if they're confident in that part of the game. Either. That's always a bit of a question mark in high school football, as kind of just we saw with that extra point attempt. I want to take everybody over here to maybe fill in on the scoreboard. We're going to hear from Coach Toblin from Bolles here in a little bit as well after they get a big win. Rains dominates over Sandalwood. How about this game right here, Coach? I'm going to tell you about one if you haven't seen it. Fleming 39-35 over Riverside. Riverside was dominating that game. They're up 27-16, and it looks like for the second week in a row, Fleming might be making a comeback. I don't know if that's over yet or not, but how about that barn burner?
That's awesome right there now. Awesome.
That's in the backyard as well. Union County over Keystone Heights. Coffee out of Georgia beating Columbia 24-13. That's a nice matchup with some pretty proud programs, Coach.
Yeah, definitely. Columbia, Coffee County defending state champs up there. And Columbia always, got a good group of guys. That's a good game for them to go up there and play.
All right, Andrew Jackson and Ribault. Ribault has taken the lead 18-16, so this is an updated on the score stream. University Christian losing 24-12. West Nassau was big up the entire game against Ridgeview. They've had that one in hand. St. Augustine, same thing with Menendez. We're going to get Bolles St. Augustine next week, by the way, which should be a lot of fun. We're probably going to have that one live here for you. Camden County looking good tonight in the second half, 29-14. And let's see if anything else jumps out to me other than what you can see. 47-0 Mandarin, we showed you that. Hey, Beachside looks good, beating Inglewood tonight, 58-14. So the Barracudas get it done. Looks like they're going to be scoring a bunch of points here in 2024. So that's a little bit of an update. We've got some more games that we're going to continue to show you as well. And right now you're taking a live look. Yulee down by 3, 2 minutes and change to go. Clay has the ball. Meanwhile, Yulee tried an onside kick, Casey said, didn't get it. So you can see where the football is. Pretty good field position for Clay. Meanwhile, we've got a kick coming in the Ribault game. They just scored to make it 18-16. That's been a wild one. Ribault was going in. Andrew Jackson got an interception. Ribault ended up going in, missed the extra point, and now here we are. The kickoff, and he slips. Did he stay up? They didn't whistle him. The knee touches the ground, it's over in high school football. I was a little surprised that they didn't whistle that one dead, and maybe they'll put it back there. But it looks like Jackson is going to get the football right around the 20-yard line. And they've got a couple of minutes to play with here, but they've got to make quick work to win this football game. They're down 18-16 at the moment. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, we've got Kevin Sullivan along for the ride as well. And I want to hang on these games before we get to Coach Toblin and his post-game. Coming up at 10 o'clock, we're going to shift studios into the Action Sports Jax 24/7 studios. We'll have hopefully some coaches calling in, and we're trying to get in touch with some of them right now from some winning teams in the area. And then 10:30 with a Friday Night Blitz. It's playing right where you're seeing all this action, but also on Fox 30. 11 o'clock, we'll have bands from area teams for 15 minutes on social media and on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. And that bridges us between the 10:30 Friday Night Blitz and 11:15 Friday Night Blitz. And then after that, we'll put a bow on everything from the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network studio. So that's still to come, and we're 2 hours into this thing on the Friday Night Zone Blitz as we welcome Stuart Weber back out here. Here's the deal, Stuart. Jackson with the ball, about 2 minutes to go. No wonder why this game's taking until 10 o'clock.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, at least we'll have a game to look in on from our next stop in the studio here in a second, right?
Yeah,
if it keeps going like this, goodness.
Yeah, we might. Hey, let's do this. I think Bolles won big in our game of the week. Let's get a little reaction we have from Coach Toblin after a pretty dominant performance at Trinity Christian.
All right, here with Coach Matt Toblin, Bolles High School head coach. Coach, big winner of the Trinity Conquerors. What'd you like most from your team tonight?
I think the big one is the way that we answered the bell. And obviously we were disappointed with the way that we played last week. And to have our upperclassmen maintain their focus, understand, not feel sorry for themselves, understand what we need to get better at, and then work on that throughout the week. And that we executed at a much higher level. We were more physical, and that's a good football team. But obviously, we were clicking on all cylinders tonight.
Coach, you were shutting them out, and they finally scored, and then you answer first play back with a 75-yard touchdown from Drum to Burrows. How much does it allow you to just have confidence in your offense where you can dial that up at any time?
And so we are 100% blessed that we are very talented on the offensive side of the ball, and that we expect that from all of our guys. Like Chase Collier can do that, Corbin Fordham can do that, Naeem can do that, Emmett and Ty can do that. And so that the issue for us is consistently staying on the field, executing at a high level, so that we give those guys time to make those plays, and that we need to give them more chances.
All right away, you're off to St. Augustine next week. Tough one. How long do you enjoy this one before moving on there?
So that's we have a saying in our program, like happy not satisfied, and that anytime that we do anything, we want to be happy and joyous for the occasion, but we're not satisfied, we want to move on. And so I hope the kids take a day, I hope they take the weekend. I probably am already nervous about St. Augustine, because it's a really well coached team. Coach Braddock does an unbelievable job, and they are as dangerous an offense as you could ever see.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks.
And nice job by Jason Hamby there at Trinity Christian. Bolles gets the win 41-7. And we continue with the live action. Ribault and Jackson. Inside 2 minutes to go. Jackson down by 2 points, 18-16 in the fourth quarter. Ribault just scored. This is the ensuing possession, and that looked like a big first down by Jackson to keep the chains moving. By the way, Coach just mentioned that St. Augustine Bolles game. We'll be taking a look live on the Friday Night Zone Blitz next week with that one for sure, because that should be a heck of a football game early in the season here. Now a running play and a tackle from behind. They got a few yards pushed forward. Clock is a little bit of an issue, Coach Sully, but they've definitely got time. They need forward yards, right, for Jackson?
Yeah. They picked up 4 right there, and they've got time. I don't think he needs to spike this.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by the spike. Jamarian Dixon, the QB here, a little bit of a run, and then he spikes it.
Throw the out route down here to this kid down here and do the same thing.
Coach, does that come in from the sideline, or is that something that
they must have told him to spike it, because he went right under center. They've been in the gun most of the night.
Yeah.
So they've got some, you got some time, and they've got a good first down, a big gainer on the first play, and got to run the offense, man. Run the offense.
Well, and you got to do it without mistakes. When you get hurried up, you sometimes have mistakes. So maybe a good, smart play to do that. And now a chance over the middle, and oof, that was almost a major mistake. Almost an interception. 2 Ribault Trojans right there. And that's a break for Andrew Jackson as they get a chance to still have one more play on fourth down. Meanwhile, Clay trying to ice this game. And it looks like they've got some running room here on the near side. That's a first down, and he stays in bounds. There you go, Coach. He stayed in bounds for you. And
go down.
That likely will do it for Coach Kyle Kennard and Clay, as they look like they'll beat Yulee now 23-20 if all goes well for them down the stretch of that game. All right, I think we just lost that game. Right at the end. Oh, no.
No.
That looked like a battery issue. That game went so long. That might have happened.
Oh, man. Last play, we won't know what happened.
Yeah, well, we'll know. We might just not see it. Clay, and hopefully they hit record, Coach, on it, and we'll send it back to us for later tonight. So here's Clay out of the shotgun. Again, I think they just, at this stage of it, don't need to do that, but they did. They really just need to run the clock out a little bit. Here's the deal. We're going to, in about 3 minutes, we'll take a timeout. We've got Action News Jacks at 10 coming up on Fox 30. Then that leads right into the Friday Night Blitz. But for us, we stay here on social media and on our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. We will just run over to our other studio and continue this conversation with Coach, but also catch you up on everything that's happened throughout the night. Sully, you surprised that some of these games going so late?
Yeah, I'm really surprised how not so much this one. This was a 7 o'clock start. The Jackson game just seemed like drag. They must have got started late, and because everything else 6:37. We're 3 hours in. So and it can get a little sloppy or whatnot with penalties or, extra kid gets hurt or something like that, cramping up, and it extends the game. But seems to be a little bit long.
Yeah, Coach, you go take a breather, go to the bathroom, grab a drink of water, and we'll see you on the flip side at 10 o'clock. I'll take this one home for the next couple of minutes.
Okay.
And speaking of Brian back there directing this, doing a great job, let's take a look. I think this game's about over. We get some timeouts. Let's take a look real quick at St. Joseph Duval Charter highlights, if you don't mind.
Every play starts over. You have a play, you come back, now you reload, you give 100% every play. And leave it all out there for your brothers, man, for what y'all been putting in this whole summer.
Jag, Aaron Beasley, they've got 3 Jags on the sideline. The big sofa there, and also Donovan Darius as well, coaching Duval Charter. They play 4:30 in the afternoon up against St. Joseph today, and beautiful throw and catch there by St. Joseph, and they go on to win pretty handily over Duval Charter. I think the final we had on that one was 55-6 tonight. So we'll get the full scores, run them down for you tonight on the Friday Night Blitz, but also in just a few minutes when we transition over to the other studio. There's some good games. We'll try to get a final of Fleming Island and Riverside. It looks like 39-35 at last check in favor of Fleming Island. Our game of the week tonight was Bolles and Trinity. That wasn't such a great game on the scoreboard. Bolles wins big, 41-7. Yulee and Clay comes down to the wire, but it looks like Clay's going to hold on 23-20. Ponte Vedra Bartram Trail, that was a barn burner, 28-21. PV beats the Bears at Bartram Trail with a defensive stand at the end. Mandarin rolls over Atlantic Coast, not a big surprise there. And Ribault Jackson will get you the end of that one. It was 18-16 with just about a minute or so to go in that football game. Jackson was trying to drive down 18-16. So that's an update. This is the Friday Night Zone Blitz. We've got the Friday Night Blitz. We've got bands at 11 o'clock. Right here on the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network. 2 editions of the Blitz still to come, and then we'll wrap it all up. So hang with us or watch Action News Jacks at 10 o'clock with Ben and Tanika and Corey coming up in 5 minutes on Fox 30.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When I say it means something to me, gentlemen, it means something to me.
High school football is back, and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade. New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're gonna love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations. Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Well, we made it over to the new studio, or the Action Sports Jax 24/7 studio, so welcome aboard to this segment. And part of the show is we have to get out of the TV studio so that I can do Action News Jax at 10 o'clock. I've been going for 2 hours here on the show. And wow, look, we already got some stuff in the chat. I like it. I didn't check that out for the last 2 hours, but I guess I could have done that. So we'll get to the chat questions in just a little bit. We got some Donato's Pizza to help us out. You know, we got Donato's Pizza brought in about, 8:30, 8:45. Casey went and got it. I don't think anybody's had a piece. That's how busy this night has been so far as we try to figure all of this out. You can see the scores below here on the Friday Night Zone Blitz as we continue to rip through some of the games if you're just catching in. And part of the reason we do this is there's different segments of this 4-hour extravaganza. There's a couple hours where we're showing games. We hope to get some coaches in as well, and that might be a little bit of a challenge until we get them used to how they need to get in here, and we understand that. But we'll try to get a coach or two still here tonight. But then we figure around this time when people are getting out of their games or getting back home from their games, now you can try to catch up on some of the games, and we get you ready for the Friday Night Blitz, which is our normal show, which is action-packed, a lot of highlights. Stuart Weber back there working on that with the rest of the crew right now. That will be 10:30 to 11. And then what we'll have at 11 o'clock to kind of bridge our 10:30 to 11 and 11:15 to 11:35 editions of the Blitz is we'll do a little, let's play some music from the bands. And we have 6 different bands that we're going to feature tonight. Probably going to miss one, but Yulee, Baker County, I want to say Ponte Vedra is in that mix. I think Nice is in that mix here tonight as well. I told you I was going to miss some, but anyway, 11, 11:15, you'll see some of that. And we're going to try to get to a bunch of different bands throughout the course of these Friday nights. And that will be just a whole segment of bands. So moms and dads and kids and everything else, that'll be a cool little time to check out some of your performances from some of the games that we have. And we're looking forward to that part. 11:15, 11:35, we do the Blitz again, kind of in short fashion on TV, on CBS 47, Fox 30, and right here. We'll play right here as well. And then at 11:35 to midnight, we're going to attempt to put a bow on this thing and and analyze the night and what we saw and everything else. So Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber, Casey Kurtz, Brian Middleton, a part of it, Coach Kevin Sullivan. We've got everybody out and about. Normally it would be Marcel Robinson, Olivia Tassley, the entire Action Sports Jacks crew. So really cool and having a lot of fun with it. And this is just night number 1. So you are kind of experiencing the first part of this for us. And we hopefully it's just the beginning, and we're going to continue to have a lot of fun with it over time. I think I'm getting some comments in, so let me just get to some of the comments in the chat. What's the Riverside Fleming Island score? That's a good question. Is it over yet? We have 2 people asking. We're going to try to find that out. It was 39-35 that we got the score of, and that's an interesting one because maybe the game of the night, Riverside was up 27-16 at one point in the third quarter. We got that score. I think it was going into the fourth, and then 39-35, we saw Fleming Island, and we've seen it stuck on there for a while. So how long will it take to go live? We'll figure that out. Pete Cav jumping into a little 42-3 BK. Big win over Episcopal. So the Crusaders get off to a nice start here at 2-0. Any surprises tonight, says William Torres. And I think probably the one that will resonate, Ponte Vedra lost last week. They come back and get a win over Bartram Trail tonight, 28-21. We just showed it to you live, the finish. A lot going on in that game. And a heck of an effort by Ponte Vedra. Really a good effort to try to come back for Bartram Trail. In the end, they almost had a chance to erase a 14-point deficit in the final 3 minutes. Just came up short. Ponte Vedra holds on. They win 28-21. So I would say from an upset standpoint, that one will be probably the one that folks will turn to the most. Meanwhile, what else we got here? The end of the Ribault Jackson game. As we were leaving the TV studio and finishing the first couple hours of the show, the Ribault Jackson game was winding down. Our battery actually kind of went out on how we get this thing back because that game was going so long. 18-16, Ribault holds on. They took 3 knees, ended the game after a defensive stand. So really nice win for the Ribault Trojans as they were able to get the W here on a Friday night. What else we have? Nice was looking good over Creekside pretty much all night. Don't know what the final was, but they blew them out pretty good. Mandarin blows out Atlantic Coast 47-0. I don't think anybody's surprised by that. So Mandarin has now put up 57 and 47 points in the first 2 games of the season, and I don't think it comes by a surprise to anyone. Nice, I just saw it now, 45-7 win for the Nice Panthers, so a heck of a W for those guys. The Jackets beat Pedro Menendez 34-14 to go to 2-0 on the season, so the Jackets get the W there, and a good win for those guys as we continue to take a look at some of the scores. So we have Sully up. Look at that.
Yeah.
He figured it out.
Yeah. Can you hear me, though?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good deal. I can hear you guys, too. I don't know. It's technology.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, the fact that you got that done just impresses me. The other fact that I saw like Casey like throwing his hat in there a couple times. I was like, oh, this ain't working. Brent, you're going to be talking a lot over the next half hour. He figured it out, which that doesn't surprise me. But we're glad to have you. Thanks for hanging with us for these couple hours, Coach. We'll let you go at 10:30, by the way, so you can go in for the night and the weekend. What's got your attention here on this Friday night, week number 2, if you will, in Northeast Florida? I know they've been playing an extra week up in Georgia.
Did we get a final on Riverside Fleming Island?
We did. No, in fact, I don't think we have. We're still looking to get that. But 39-35 was the score we keep seeing. We just don't know if that was the final score. It's stuck in the fourth quarter, which I'm assuming it's going to be a final score. And somebody just didn't hit final. But right. I don't want to say that yet until we know for sure, of course.
Yeah, I think Bradford went final 29-14 over Dunellen. Block 2 punts tonight.
I got the special teams working. Hey, shame on the Bradford Tornadoes. Giving up a touchdown last week, scored 14 points this week, right? They got a high standard to live up to out there.
No, they don't have the defense of last year, but they're still getting the W in the win column. That's the big thing.
Yeah, They're a good-looking football team. Hey, how impressed are you with Bolles beating Trinity Christian? We don't know how good Trinity Christian is, but Bolles bounces back from the Rains win. They go on the road, another big test. I mean, how about them out of the gates? Rains, Trinity Christian, they go to St. Augustine next week. That's a big win, I think, early in the year for the Bolles Bulldogs.
Yeah, I think it's a really good win, and I think they're really efficient what they did. I mean, Trinity may not be the Trinity of the past, a little rebuilding mode for them, but they came out and were really efficient offensively, defensively, played really well. Special teams scored tonight. Everybody got involved, so they'll be happy over there. But they've been eyeing this St. Augustine game from last year, losing that late last year, giving up that long touchdown pass with not much time on the clock.
Yeah, that's it's here's the thing that impressed me about Bolles as we were watching that game unfold. Man, did they look the part. I know Tobin's got those guys hitting the weight room, and I know the weight room's so important to you guys and the high school coaches and what you do in the summer and everything else, but that's an impressive looking Bolles team physically, Coach.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the offensive line up front really did a nice job. They're good in the back half. They can run it. They can throw it. Again, last week was really good for them to get them focused in playing a good Rains team and lose it. Coming back this week and really dominating Trinity and then heading up to the big showdown with St. Augustine. That one's going to be fun next week.
Well, how about this? You were asking for a score. Casey just came up with the score on Riverside and Fleming. So Fleming was up 39-35, we saw. Riverside comes back and wins 48-39.
Oh, wow.
And that thing just went final. I mean, sometime after 10 o'clock.
That wasn't overtime. That was regular.
Yeah, I think it was regular. I don't think it was overtime. And now I don't know regular time, Casey. Yeah, Casey says regular time. So, wow, what a heck of a win for Riverside, right? Because they had taken a pretty good beat in the last week, 35-7. So they come back with a big win over Fleming Island.
Yeah, I tell you, it looks like they got up. They were up 41-39, and they scored late again and put it out of reach. The wideout, Tayshawn Gelsey, had a big night tonight. I think maybe 3 touchdowns, maybe even 4 from what it looks like. I'm just scrolling through on their Twitter page, Riverside Generals. But a big night for Gelsey catching the ball. Really good player. We've had an opportunity to watch him the last 3 or 4 years and has really developed. Big old body, really good kid. I really liked him. And, again, that was a great high school football game if you love offense.
Yeah, if you love offense, that's right. Yeah, we do like offense, though, don't we? So Ribault beats Jackson. Bartram loses to Ponte. Those are the games we were watching. Mandarin, no surprise over Atlantic Coast. I guess we kind of like, in my mind, I'm like, oh yeah, Mandarin's going to win. Mandarin's going to win. But it is pretty impressive start to what they've done, right? To kind of come out of the gates and take care of business, especially the win last week against Creekside, and with all the hype. And even today, I mean, Jamie French is going to Texas. They get more hype, and they're able to still kind of stay focused. He's got them focused, doesn't he, right now?
Yeah, I think he's got to focus. I think they're on a mission. They're only averaging 52 points a game or something like that. 57 last week, 47 tonight, and probably could have scored more tonight without the running clock. And I think they're focused in again, and their schedule will pick up a little bit with what they're doing and what they're playing. But they're playing at a high level, really high level.
We might. We're going to have our first coach that tries to give it a try in a little bit. Colin Drass might try to give this hook up a try. We have no idea, by the way, how it's going to go. Like, we're asking the coaches to do a lot. We can't just tell them to pick up the phone like we did for the last couple hours. In this area, we got to ask them to do a couple little extra things. So we'll try to get the coaches on. We will figure it out. We'll make it easier for them as we go. But some of this is still a little trial by fire here on the Friday night Zone Blitz, and having a fun time, Coach. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been a good stuff. We'll get the kinks worked out a little bit, and it's going to be fun. But yeah, Coach Draft's 2-0. Bishop Kenny jumped out, another good win for them, 2-0 tonight. And sounds like we're going to have. It's going to start separating now. We're getting into week 3 and week 4, the have and the have-nots and everything. And really good. Oakleaf, another big win tonight. Orange Park beat Orange Park pretty handily. That's a good win for Coach Foy. 2-0, got them rolling in a good direction. Their schedule will start to ramp up a little bit more now. And another one of those really good teams coming out.
Yeah, I think I've asked you this just about every year, but I think it's worth repeating just for folks that like high school football. And if you're a team, when do you know, right? Like when's enough sample for a coach to kind of, all right, I saw them all spring, I saw them all summer, I saw them this month, I saw them a couple of weeks. Like, does it take a couple of weeks? Does it take 4 weeks? What do you think?
Usually after week 2, you got a sort of feeling like, oh man, hopefully we'll win 5, or hopefully we got a chance. As the head coach, you're always trying to figure something out, make this kid play a little better, maybe tweak this scheme a little bit, what you're doing. So you're always trying to each week get better each week. You never stay the same. You don't want to get worse. You always want to get better and keep going. So you're peaking as you get into the big district play and as you get into the big games. Because really week 4, 5, 6, 7 are the huge games. You want to be ready and at your best heading into that. You don't want to be great early and then fade off. You want to be getting better, making mistakes, and then getting better as you go on. We got a West Nassau big win tonight too. They go to 2-1, 46-0. That was a good win for them.
Yeah, they jumped on them pretty quick, and they did a good job there to get that win. Fort White, you see, and get a win. I'm trying to see some other scores that stuck out, and the Nice one really does. A little concern at Creekside, by the way, Coach, for Sean McIntyre. I mean, Mandarin's one thing, but now just to put up 20 points in the first 2 games, a little bit surprising for an offense that we've kind of seen been one of the most exciting teams to watch over the last few years. Like every game was in the 40s. Is there some concern at Creekside over what they've got this year?
Yeah, probably. And Coach McIntyre, he'll be upbeat and everything as far as that goes. But as a coach, he probably knows he's in a little rebuild. They've had such a good run the last 3 or 4 years, really competitive, winning 7, 8, 9, playoff runs and stuff. And he might be in a little remote, but again, they played 2 pretty good teams, to open the season. So, again, they'll keep working and keep getting better as they get into the meaty part of their schedule.
Baker County wins 35-7, by the way. I'll give you a score that I think surprises me a little bit, and I want to ask you about in a second. Fernandina Beach beats Wilson 49-6. We mentioned Bishop Kenny over Episcopal 42-3. Bolles 41-7. That was our game of the week. We'll have highlights reaction coming up on the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30, which, by the way, you can just sit here and watch it right here, or you can watch it on TV on Fox 30. Union County over Keystone Heights, another score. Hebron Christian over University Christian, 24-12. I don't know much about that opponent, Coach, but obviously a loss. We mentioned that one of the big games of the night, back and forth it went. Riverside had a 27-16 lead. Fleming Island takes a 39-35 lead. Riverside ends up winning 48-39. Wild game there. Wild game with Andrew Jackson and Ribault. We showed you live during this Zone Blitz in the last couple hours, and it's gone final. Ribault beats Andrew Jackson 18-16. They get a defensive stand after scoring a touchdown late in the fourth quarter to hold off Andrew Jackson at Kevin Sullivan Field. And this is the one that got my attention a little bit. Tokoi Creek thinks they're pretty good, right? And I think they like what they have. It took 2 overtimes to beat Westside tonight, 28-22. Does that surprise you? Oh, is Westside, that's a heck of a fight, I think, by Westside, if I think correctly about Tokoi Creek.
Yeah, I think, Tokoi Creek being a new program and having success last week, beating First Coast 21-10, and then maybe coming in this week thinking, oh, it's Westside, they got blown out, haven't been very good. Maybe the kids had come in focused and ready to play. And, as the years go on with the kids, it's stuff that drives the coaches crazy is, you got to take every opponent, you got to respect every opponent. You got to understand you can lose every week no matter what. You got to come ready to play. And that might have been the case tonight because the Tokoi Creek's a better side. But that's a great job for Westside tonight, being in the game, getting shut out last week, and coming back, scoring some points and getting after it tonight.
Rains, by the way, over Sandalwood 43-0 was the last score that we had. Coffee beats Columbia 40-13. That's obviously a very good program out of Georgia that Columbia was up against. Bradford over Denellen tonight, 29-14 is the score we had. Camden County gets the win up in Georgia. Ware County 49-0 early in that game, which means they probably went to a running clock. And the one thing about that one is next week is our game of the week. It's Bartram Trail actually at Ware County. And we also have Bolles and St. Augustine next week. Those are 2 pretty good football games right there, Coach.
Yeah, I think that next week he'll start. I think we'll start now getting some really marquee games. This week, like we said, we had good games. They weren't like marquee games. But next week, week 4, and then, of course, as we get going 5, 6, we got Mandarin with IMG coming up down the road. So it should be some good things going down the road for us.
There's another one I wanted to. First Coast over Kip Bold City, 54-0 was the score. Coach Barnes texted me that one. Fort White over Bellevue, I think I mentioned. And I think we're caught up pretty much on most of the scores. If you didn't see yet, Ponte Vedra beat Bartram Trail 28-21. Nice over Creekside 45-7. We're trying to get Coach Drafts in the next few minutes before we end this part and lead into the Friday Night Blitz. So we'll see if we're able to pull that off in the next few minutes or not. Oakleaf over Orange Park 42-0. Middleburg beats NFEI 42-6. Eaglesview over Harvest Community 22-6. Let's see what else we got. I think Fletcher 28-14 win over Terry Parker. That's actually a little bit of a. I thought it was going to be a blowout game. The way that started, I was over there. It was 14-0, Coach, and Fletcher was in control. I'll tell you what about Fletcher that I like. I think their defense is going to be pretty good.
Oh, they played pretty well the first 2 weeks.
Yeah,
defensively, shut out last week and then tonight. So, everybody thought they were going to be down and a little rebuilding, just Seattle sort of getting it going and expecting to go. We got Crescent City with a big win over PK Young, 28-14 tonight.
There you go, Coach. There you go, Coach Rip.
Yeah, Coach Rip got on it tonight. So that's good. They got rained out last week.
Okay.
Both played Deltona, and the administration wouldn't let them play. But we're not going to talk negative about the administration.
Here he goes, off the rails. All right, hey, let's. I think Casey, you good? Going to roll with some sound. So we heard from Coach Toblin just a short time ago. It looks like we have Coach Kyle Kennard from Clay. After their win, they hold off Yulee 23-20. I don't think I've given that score, but 23-20. So a good win for Clay against a good football team. I like the Yulee Hornets. I think they're going to be a good football team this year. Here's Coach Kennard after the game.
It was a team effort. We talked, about the resiliency for our team and keeping fighting and keeping playing. We talk about, it's not if adversity is going to strike, but when. And it did there in the fourth quarter a little bit. Our kids, loosened up, and we found a way to get the ball back, and we're able to take a knee on and get a first down, and that was very critical to win the game.
Where do you improve from here? I know a lot of quarterback runs that kind of design came in.
Yeah, we had those designed, for a reason. The way they were playing us on defense, they came out in a completely different defense than they had shown the last 2 games. So we had to adjust in the middle of the game there and kind of do some things on the fly. And we had a lot of Q design runs. And our quarterback did a nice job keeping it tight and holding on to the football and getting positive yards.
Well, that's Kyle Kennard. That's a nice win. And Clay's been probably not where they want to be at times the last couple of years, Coach, but maybe they got a good football team. They built that thing back up. You just said it, right? You go through some of these periods where you got to play the young guys. You got to group. We're looking at Trinity Christian. Maybe it's a little bit of that at Creekside right now. It looks like it might have happened at Clay, too. That's a nice win for them.
Yeah, that's a really good win. Again, we've had Coach on, and remember, we talked to him last year towards the end of the year. They got a couple wins late in the year, and he said, yeah, they're really young. They'll bring a bunch of guys back. And, getting off a pretty good start, getting after it pretty good. And, again, they're going to be scrappy. They're going to be in games. Their kids play hard.
Let's see what else. We have Coach, want to go to Ribault, Coach, here, and then we'll get some Fletcher highlights in a minute because I got to take you guys through the Fletcher highlights. I can't wait to share the Fletcher highlights with you for one reason. The highlights aren't even that great, but you're still going to love it. It's going to be the highlight of the night, I'm telling you. So that's a deep tease as we have a few minutes left before I got to go run to the Friday Night Blitz. But let's hear from Ribault on their sideline. After a big win, they hang on to beat, actually come back and then hang on to beat Jackson on the road, 18-16.
How's it feel? Feel good to get the first win. Yeah, actually it feels real good to get our first win. I mean, we had a lot of adversity. We felt like some calls didn't go our way. Kids kids didn't play well. Kids went down. I mean, just lucky to make it out and come victorious.
It was a game and a half, though. It was back and forth, and nobody gave up the whole time. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're a young program just like we are. I mean, they're new coach. I mean, going against each other, I think that, Coach Ramsey's doing a great job over here. And, I mean, hey, look, this is one of the games I felt like, hey, we was going to face an evenly matched team with our schedule.
What went right tonight?
We was able to run the football. It was kind of non-existent last week, and we wanted to get back to that because, that's me. I like to run the football and be able to dink and dunk some throws down the field. But, we was able to run the football, and that kind of made a difference, definitely in the fourth quarter.
Good win for Ribault, 18-16. That's Coach Hunter there in year number 1 gets that win. And what a tough little test for those guys, right? They've been in and haven't been on their home field. They're always on the road. There's a lot of they're in flux a bit at Ribault because they're building a new school, which is really cool. So the end of that story will be really fun and great. But right now it's kind of a little bit of everything's up in the air. Nice win on the road at Kevin Sullivan Field.
Yeah, Coach Hunter got to be happy getting the win, especially coming back like they did and everything. And again, both those teams are really similar. A lot of young guys playing. Both those teams are really similar. So that's a good job for Ribault tonight. Congrats.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the deal. I think I got to go in like a few minutes. I don't even know when I'm supposed to go, Coach. Like we're all over the place, but I think I have to go in a few minutes to get ready for the Friday Night Blitz.
You're good.
Casey, what times are out? What times are out time? Like 10:25 or 27? Do you know? Any idea? Whatever. Hands up in the air. We'll figure that part out. But before we do that, I want to show you the Fletcher highlights. I was at this game earlier tonight, and so we'll do the expanded highlights coming up, on the Friday Night Blitz in just a few. But nice defensive play here. Doris Gibson, I think that is for Parker on the defensive side, just trying to stall this Fletcher drive. But this is big number 21 right here. He's their back. He scored 2 touchdowns while I was there in the first quarter. Coach.
That's a big body.
You want to know what his name is?
No.
Yes, you do. Grown man. On the PA system, it's grown man. So
that's awesome.
Now, they didn't have they did not have rosters on Max Prep or numbers next to the names on Max Preps. So I texted David Garrard, whose son plays on the offensive line for Fletcher. Right. And I'm like, hey, can you tell me number 21's name? He's like, grown man. And I said, I swear I heard that on the PA. I swear it was grown man. And he's like, not lying. That's really his name. I said, I got to go do a story on this. He said, it's on his birth certificate.
No way. That's awesome.
So, I mean, that's the latest I have on that story. But we're
going to be doing a follow-up on that down the road here.
I mean, I either just got bamboozled or grown man is going to be the star of Friday nights here in 2024.
There you go, man. That's awesome.
That is awesome. And that's a big fella now at back. Like, he lives up to it. I got to get more on that story, but I just heard it tonight. It's still fresh. Grown man. And there's that Fletcher defense, by the way. So pretty wild stuff. It really did happen.
I love it.
I don't know if Garrard's lying to me or what, but that's what he said.
That's pretty good, man.
Hey,
well, that was a good first week.
It was a good first week. Hey, we're not done yet. You're done.
I'm done.
You go have an adult beverage or something. You're done. One other thing about Fletcher, though. Theatrics, he was part of After the Game. You got a great interview with him, you and Josh, and you can see that on our Action Sports Shacks YouTube page if you're watching. You can check it out there. It's a great series, a fun series with these guys just talking ball. Theatric was fantastic there. He loves doing this right now, and you know what? He's doing a good job at Fletcher, isn't he?
Yeah, doing a really nice job. And again, he had to get through some of those things earlier and coaches and everything like that. But it's sort of his kids now. He's in his 4th year there, and they're sort of his kids, his program. So he's got it rolling. And, he's a Beach kid, man. Played there, been there, grew up there. And wants to coach ball there and do right by the kids. You got to love it.
Yeah, he had those guys pumped up tonight, and he looks like he could still break a few tackles, too. Casey, we got a 3-minute break coming up. So we're about ready to hit 27. This should time out pretty good as I'm going to run over to the Friday Night Blitz. Sully, great job today. Good to see you down at Best Bet earlier, and have a good weekend.
You got it.
That's Kevin Sullivan, our Hall of Fame coach. Brent Martineau here, Casey Kurtz. I'm going to go jump out to the TV studio. You can keep it locked right here. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and on the other side, we will have the Friday Night Blitz. We'll have a bunch of highlights that we didn't even show yet. We'll put it all in a nice big half-hour show. And then the band's at 11 o'clock, all on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. High school football till midnight tonight. New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martineaus get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code BRENT20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Get local sports on demand with Action Sports Jacks 24/7. All sports, all local, all the time. From the locker room to the field, the Jacks, high school football, the Jacksonville Armada, and don't forget the Brent and Austin Show. They're all in on Trevor. Of course. Download the Action News Jacks Now app, available wherever you stream or at actionnewsjacks.com. TV, phone, laptop, desktop. Action Sports Jacks 24/7. Jacksonville sports, all the time. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports, from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When strong storms threaten and your safety is on the line, nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team. Your safest place to be during a storm is Action News Jacks. This is Action Sports Jacks Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for. Well, there's a look at Bolles Trinity. That is our game of the week here on the Friday Night Blitz. And, well, let's get it rolling. Trinity looking good on that play. Not so much the rest of the night.
Hey, welcome into the Friday Night Blitz, as we're going to have highlights from all over the area here tonight. We've got some big featured games that we're rolling through. We've been going at it here for the last 2.5 hours now on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 stream. We're trying out some new things. We're rolling with some punches. We're having a lot of fun, and it's been pretty cool to be able to bring you some really good kind of up-to-the-minute last play of the game type of stuff here. So let's go ahead and jump into Bolles and Trinity, shall we, for our game of the week. This was
the game of the week, sponsored by Whataburger.
Here it is, our game of the week. As mentioned, Trinity Christian playing host to Bolles, and each and every year when these two teams get together, you can bet it is going to be an exciting matchup. Well, this year it ended up being a little tilted towards one side. Big defensive play there by Adrian Williams for Trinity Christian. Now for Bolles, the run game. And there's Emmett Grzeben up the middle, takes it through into the end zone for the Bulldogs. Touchdown for the visitors from Bolles. A little bit later on in the first half, once again, Grazeben. Oh, nice little stiff arm there to get away from a would-be tackler. Gets it all the way down. They would go on to score on that drive. A little bit later on, here is Trinity Christian. Arion Guyton, nice pickup up the middle. Now we go to the second half. And more of that run game from the Bolles Bulldogs. This is Tyrone Neal to the right side. He moves his way, moves the sticks. Trinity Christian now into the end zone. They score. Hicks Zara able to find the end zone. But in the end, this game goes in favor of the Bolles Bulldogs. They would pull away and pick up a huge win. They win and win big over Trinity Christian. Here's the head coach, Matt Toblin, after the game.
Here with Coach Matt Toblin, Bolles High School head coach. Coach, big winner of the Trinity Conquerors. What did you like most from your team tonight?
I mean, the big one is the way that we answered the bell. And obviously we were disappointed with the way that we played last week. And to have our upperclassmen maintain their focus, understand, not feel sorry for themselves, understand what we need to get better at, and then work on that throughout the week. And that we executed at a much higher level. We were more physical, and that's a good football team. But obviously, we were clicking on all cylinders tonight.
Coach, you were shutting them out, and they finally scored, and then you answer first play back with a 75-yard touchdown from Drum to Burrows. How much does it allow you to just have confidence in your offense where you can dial that up at any time?
And so we are 100% blessed that we are very talented on the offensive side of the ball, and that we expect that from all of our guys. Like Chase Collier can do that, Corbin Fordham can do that, Naeem can do that, Emmett and Ty can do that. And so that the issue for us is consistently staying on the field, executing at a high level, so that we give those guys time to make those plays, and that we need to give them more chances.
All right away, you're off to St. Augustine next week. Tough one. How long do you enjoy this one before moving on there?
So that's we have a saying in our program, like happy not satisfied, and that anytime that we do anything, we want to be happy and joyous for the occasion, but we're not satisfied, we want to move on. And so I hope the kids take a day, I hope they take the weekend. I probably am already nervous about St. Augustine, because it's a really well coached team. Coach Braddock does an unbelievable job, and they are as dangerous an offense as you could ever see.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, that is a dangerous one for Bolles and Matt Toblin. But think about Matt Toblin's start. It rains last week.
Yeah.
They lost. Big win tonight at Trinity Christian in our game of the week. And then next week, they get St. Augustine, as mentioned. I mean, you could have 3 games of the week right off the rip for the Bolles School. Really fun game that we'll show you live on the Zone Blitz coming up next week. Very similar, by the way, to last year, where they stacked their schedule on the front end with these. They struggled out of the gates. They struggled. They lost a few games right off the rip, and then were able to kind of turn it around and get things going and make their run as they did. Let's take a look at our game of the week schedule. We got this thing mapped out here for the entirety of the season, and we will say this with a caveat. You might not see your game up here, but the way we've structured the Friday Night Zone Blitz this year, we're featuring not just our game of the week, the Whataburger Jaguars Prep game of the week, but also an additional 4 games each and every week. So you're going to see a lot of games, a lot of highlights, a lot of live coverage from 8 to midnight each and every Friday night. Next week, we're headed north of the border. Should be a good one. Waycross. Way north of the border. Way north of the border. Ware County. Heck of a ride. Ware County, the Gators playing host to Bartram Trail. You can bet the Bears are going to be, they'll be ready to go. They'll be ready to go for sure. Let's show you why, by the way. Let's head to Bartram Trail in St. Johns County, and they got a big one tonight against Ponte. This matchup has been good the last few years, but Bartram Trail has come out on top despite some game efforts by Ponte. So let's check out the action tonight, and it was a lot of action in this one, and we did show you much of it live on the Zone Blitz from 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Before we hit the Friday Night Blitz. And here we go. We're just going to show touchdowns, right? Yeah, this is the end of the first half, and Bartram Trail trailing 14-7 at that point. That is until Arthur Lewis, the fourth, gets it into the end zone, ties it up at 14. So 14-14 as they head to the break. In the second half, watch this move. Ponte Vedra making moves. That is a beautiful move there by Camden Titi as he's able to roll off the would-be tacklers, get into the end zone. And then, Brian Case. How about Brian Case on the receiving end of a Drew Price touchdown pass? That is early in the fourth quarter. So early in the fourth,
28-14. Now the Bears would get a touchdown back. They would get back within 7. We go to the end of the game. This is a 4th down play. They need the first down, and it's an incomplete pass. And you can see the celebration. They're celebrating in Ponte Vedra because they've won the game. They got to take a knee, but they've won the game.
They did. They had completed a 4th and 20 earlier on that drive, but not that time. Ponte Vedra wins 28-21. Here's Coach Price after the game.
Thanks. It was a great win for us. Our kids, can't say enough about our kids, man. They are just resilient. They're hardworking. They love each other. They love their community. They love their school, but they left it out on the field tonight.
What do you think you guys did well tonight? What about all the holes?
Yeah, I would say we have taken a step. We've improved. Our offensive line played really well. We made the right reads on offense and made a lot of great plays, and then our defense really stepped up. So we tackled well. I think we tackled better than we did last week. So I think the future's really bright for us.
It was getting pretty close at the end. What you were thinking, and what did you tell them?
Well, we just didn't want anybody to leave early, so we tried to keep it interesting till the very end. But listen, that's the way it is in these type of games and these rivalries. And I think the Ponte Vedra Bartram game has always been like that. It's been so close. At least everyone that I've been associated with, they've been just like very, very close. And so it's nice to finally get a win against this group, and it is. I think it's a significant honor to beat a Bartram Trails team at home. I think they're a very, very good football program. I think they're a very good football team, and I think it's a really great experience for our kids tonight.
Coach Price, heck of a job. Hats off to those guys. A fun little line. We just wanted to keep everybody there a little bit longer until the end. It did come down right till the final minute, but a big win for Ponte Vedra after a loss last week. So now we get to figure out next week and the next couple of weeks, all right, how good is Ponte Vedra? Are they really good? And just got off to a slow start against Nice last week.
I have a good feeling that the big schools in St. Johns County are just going to beat each other down.
That's good.
It's going to be like the SEC, not to say that their level of talent is as high as the SEC nationally, but like that top-heavy group is just going to beat each other up each and every week. And, you might end up with 2 losses and be in a good spot because of the teams that you played amongst those groups. I mean, Bartram Trail, Creekside, Nice, Ponte Vedra, throw in Beachside, Tocoi Creek, Menendez. I mean, that whole group, there's going to be some good battles there this year.
It's evened out the talent down in that area
and St.
with all the new
Augustine.
schools.
Oh, yeah.
And you do
Forgot about those guys.
You do have that cream of the crop team right now, at least, is probably St. Augustine. Hey, one of the top recruits in the area makes his college decision. That is coming up next. Where did he decide to go, and what did he do tonight? We'll be back on the Friday night. It's just part of our Zone Blitz coverage all the way to midnight on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network and here on Fox 30 and CBS 47 as well.
We are the Trinity Conquerors, and you're watching the Friday Night Blitz.
New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're gonna love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code BRENT20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jax Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. Get local sports on demand with Action Sports Jax 24/7. All sports, all local, all the time. From the locker room to the field, the Jags, high school football, the Jacksonville Armada, and don't forget the Brent and Austin Show. They're all in on Trevor. Of course. Download the Action News Jax Now app, available wherever you stream or at actionnewsjax.com. TV, phone, laptop, desktop. Action Sports Jax 24/7. Jacksonville sports, all the time.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When strong storms threaten and your safety is on the line, nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team. Your safest place to be during a storm. This is Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Special teams, like doing those things that it takes to win ball games, the little things, returning kicks, blocking punts, blocking field goals, like that is a huge part of our team. Those are guys that might not be starters, but they're out making massive plays. Who do you got?
That's Coach Matt Tobin. After a big win, 41-7 over Trinity Christian. They did get a punt block touchdown tonight. Special teams was a big deal.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
By the way, this has become a bit of a tradition when Bolles plays in the game of the week. When Coach Tobin wins Coach of the Week, he runs.
He
hands the check to the kids and runs. You won't see him in the shot because he has disappeared into the ether somewhere. He has run off.
Probably to do tape on St. Augustine.
Yes, probably over there getting that done. As we welcome you back into the Friday Night Blitz. What a night. What a night of week 2 high school football.
Fun night so far. Welcome back, Brent Martineau, along with Stuart Weber. And I feel like not a welcome back. It's just a continuation. We started at 8 o'clock on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, social media, actionnewsjax.com, the Action News Jax app. It's the newest thing. It's our debut. And we're on TV still on Fox 30 at 10:30 until 11. Coming up again at 11:15 on CBS 47, Fox 30. But we'll go to midnight on the Action Sports Jax.
We're actually on the stream right now,
network.
too. So
we're still there.
Hi to everybody watching on the stream.
Yeah. And by the way, Whataburger Jaguars Prep Coach of the Week, delivering that check to the Bolles program because of that win tonight, and he's the Coach of the Week. Speaking of a guy that probably will get a check or did get a check and maybe even get checks on Sundays.
Yeah.
How about Jamie French? The news today started at 8:30 in the morning. Former Alabama commit now saying Texas is his home for 2025. A Mandarin Mustangs playmaker had been committed to Alabama last year, reopened his recruitment, chose the Longhorns over Tennessee, LSU, and Miami. He did the announcement live on CBS Sports this morning from Mandarin High School. And Jamie French, 5-star guy, top receiver in the area, headed to the Texas Longhorns, Hook'em Horns. Mandarin Atlantic Coast tonight. And speaking of those guys, Tremel Jones, he's the quarterback headed to Florida State. You think they've got some talent? Yeah, they do. And here's French on the receiving end of the first offensive play. Touchdown.
And a little celebration.
Maybe a little too much celebration.
Hey, you got a flag on that. Hey, just before the half, it was 21-0 Mandarin. This is Knox Annis with the ball for Mandarin. He gets into the end zone. It was all Mustangs in this one. They go on to win with a running clock there in the second half. They win and win big. Once again, they beat Creekside big in week 1, Atlantic Coast in week 2.
Ready to go at the beach. Hot, but you know what? This time of day, you get the breeze occasionally when you hit the evening hours. Fletcher hosting Parker. First drive of the game. Senators with the ball. Parker able to make them work for everything. Joris Gibson with the stop for a short gain. I want you to listen in here, Weber. Almost a 6-minute drive to begin for Fletcher. They finish it off with a short run by grown man. Ooh, number 21. I thought they were saying that, but the folks at Fletcher say that really is his name, not just his nickname. Grown man. He is just that.
Okay.
They told me it's on his birth certificate. I don't know if they're kidding or not. Parker gets the ball, and that Fletcher defense looks strong. Winston Harris with a 7-yard tackle for loss. Read it well. 14-0 Fletcher at the end of the first. They go on to win 28-14. Student section, loud and proud. Shout out to you guys here on this Friday night.
Every play starts over. You have a play, you come back, now you reload, you give 100% every play. And leave it all out there for your brothers, man, for what y'all been putting in this whole summer.
All right, we got a trio of Jaguars, former Jaguars, coaching over at Duval Charter. You got Big Sofa, Double D, Aaron Beasley, your head coach for the Panthers, taking on St. Joseph's Academy, and like their name would imply, they jump ahead in a flash. Cody Ott going up top to Raymond Evans, behind the defense, momentum takes him into the end zone. Later in their first quarter, trickery, quarterback doesn't have it, neither did the running back, but Calvin Schilling did, that's him. Taking it into the end zone, another flashes touchdown. Panthers down 13-0, but not out of it quite yet. Jeremy Darius outside to Messiah Frazier. He breaks not one, but two ankle tackles, and there he goes, taking off. That's why you always fight for every extra yard, boys and girls. But that was the one bright spot in a 55-6 final, as St. Joseph's Academy gets the victory. As you see another touchdown run for the Flashes.
Crescent City at PK Young, L.J. Keenan. He's got it. To Zay Robinson for, it looks like a 20-yard plus catch down the Blue Wave 22. He's a big dude, too. Just pulling people with him down to that 22. Robinson then would find a hole, and yeah, you're not messing with him. Not from a yard out. 7-zip Crescent City. Jamar Walker would later rumble his way into the red zone for a 30-plus yard gain. Crescent City looking good here. They got some guys that are tough to bring down to that backfield out there for Coach Ripley. And then Walker does his Mike Allstott impression after that. Yeah, he's got 44 on. So I got a feeling we got some rumbling and bumbling, and nobody's tackling. Oh, he's just shedding tacklers. 15-yard touchdown run. It's a big back kind of night. 14-7. Crescent City was winning. They go on to win the game.
All right, our fans of the week, we give it to the folks over at Jackson because, well, they won. They won our fan vote. We had voting up for 4 games,
they deserve
and they deserve to be fans of the week because they voted on the Twitter at Action Sports Jacks.
Now, did they win the game?
Let's check it out, shall we? As you see, the nightmare on Main Street, the Jackson Tigers playing host to Ribault. Ribault's defense making a play early on. Tyrion Bradwell there to step in front. And he's headed the other way. By the way, nice hustle play there from Antonio Queen of Jackson, able to pull him down. A little later, Jalen Francis for Ribault. There he goes to the other side and into the end zone. Touchdown for the Trojans. This was a good back and forth game all the way through what turned into the night. Ended up being a very long game in this one. Let's go to the second half, and look at that. That ball is tipped, eventually caught by Jeremiah Thomas. He gets into the end zone, and how about this? Ribault gets the win, 18-16 in comeback fashion. They trailed 16-12, get a late touchdown, and they get the victory over Andrew Jackson. Let's hear from the head coach of the Ribault Trojans, Mike Hunter, after the win.
How's it feel?
Feel good to get the first win. Yeah, actually feels real good to get our first win. I mean, you know, we had a lot of adversity. You know, we felt like some calls didn't go our way. You know, kids didn't play well. Kids went down. I mean, you know, just luckily make it out and come victorious.
It was a game and a half, though. It was back and forth. I mean, nobody gave up the whole time. So.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson's. I mean, they're a young program just like we are. I mean, they're new coach. I mean, going against each other. I think that you know, Coach Ramsey's doing a great job over here. And I mean, hey, look, this is one of the games I felt like, hey, we was gonna face an evenly matched team with our schedule.
What went right tonight?
You know, we was able to run the football. It was kind of non-existent last week, and we wanted to get back to that because, you know, that's me. I like to run the football and be able to dink and dunk some throws down the field. But, you know, we was able to run the football, and that kind of made a difference, definitely in the fourth quarter.
Well, congratulations to Coach on win number 1. And here's the deal. Next week, we already have 4 options for you to vote on who will be that fan vote. So this is how we do it. We show 5 and maybe even more games live during our Friday night Zone Blitz. We pick 4 of them. You pick the 5th one, and then Everything else is just bonus. So Bishop Kenny at Tocoy Creek, Clay at Middleburg, Kipbold City, newest program in town at Baldwin, Cedar Creek at Bishop Snyder. Now we will have Bartram Trail, Ware County as our game of the week. We're also going to stream Oakleaf, Fleming Island, Bolles and St. Augustine, Orange Park, Riverside. So we're trying to hit a bunch of different areas, but you get to vote on this one. It's all up to you guys, and you have until Wednesday night at 10:30 to do it. You do it under the Action Sports Jacks handle on Twitter. And as for the Zone Blitz, we're in the middle of it right now. But if I know you're new to the game because it's, well, new to the area, the newest thing, and it just debuted tonight. 8 o'clock we started. We were showing live action from late in ball games all the way until 10 o'clock, and really recapping those until the Friday Night Blitz at 10:30. We have bands coming up at 11 o'clock on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. We're going to play 15 minutes of bands, so sit back and listen to some music here on a Friday night before we begin the 11:15 edition of the Friday Night Blitz. All right, we've got some more high school ball. Providence at St. John Paul II. This is from Thursday night. Mason Williams, the senior quarterback, trying to find a man open, decides to keep it himself. It's a good decision. Williams in for 6. It's 7-0 in favor of the Stallions. The Stallions would do it again a little bit later. This time Mason throwing it, Josiah Payton catching it. He gets it across the goal line. 21-12 at the time. Providence gets the win on the road, 35-18. Well, we've got another big game that we were able to show you on the Zone Blitz. We're going to have highlights, hopefully, of that one, maybe some reaction as well, plus a play of the day. And the newest Jaguar looks back at his high school days. Wait until you see the image of Eric Armstead in high school. It's coming up next on the Friday Night Blitz.
We are the Bolles Bulldogs, and this is the Friday Night Blitz. Ooh!
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network is streaming. I'm Stuart Weber, and I'm here to teach you a nice 3-step process on how you can watch all your favorite programming, from the Brent and Austin Show every weekday 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. or the Cup Date with me. It's fantastic. We talk NASCAR. It's a great time. Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. All right, first step, easy. Download the Action News Jacks app. You probably already have it downloaded on your phone, so you might already have that one taken care of. Step 2, see that stack of pancakes up there? You click that stack of pancakes, and it's going to bring down step number 3, which is a full screen of all the different streams that you can click on, including the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 stream. You click that, the video's rocking and rolling on your mobile device. You're watching all the shows you want to, and you're having a good time. You can also do it on your smart TV with the Action News Jacks Now app. I do it on my Samsung TV at home.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave, so I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com, and while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple: nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
All right, that is Kenyon Gardner. He's a senior athlete and heck of an athlete from Paxton School. He had 15 carries, 277 yards rushing in a 55-13 win over Wilson last week.
If we went to Paxson, we'd be able to calculate what that is yards per carry.
It's like 15 or something. He runs a 4.38, by the way. So he is the Jaguars Prep Whataburger Player of the Week.
Good stuff there. All right, we mentioned Yulee at Clay, and what a game this was. Hornets, though, with a botched snap, and Clay able to get in the backfield and just tear this play apart. Huge play for the Clay Blue Devils would lead to this. Dalen Brown, receiving end of the touchdown, pulls it in, and the Clay Blue Devils get the win. They get a win 23-20 over Yulee. Good game down there in Green Cove Springs.
We got a pretty good high school team in Sacramento. We played dominant football. A lot of memories. I definitely remember all my friends. I think when you look back at past teams, it's the relationships that matter the most. But my Friday Night Lights was amazing.
Oh, what
That's
a
so
picture!
good. We love the picture.
There. He's a big
Which
fella.
one is Eric Armstead, you think?
Hey, how about our play of the week? Jags have the weekend off, by the way. Jeremiah Thomas off the fingertips.
Concentration.
What a play by Ribault. That turns out to be a huge play. They win by 2, and one of the nice games of the week and night that we were able to show you here on the Friday Night Blitz right now, but also earlier live on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
All right, so we're going to leave you with our band of the week from our game of the week, Trinity Christian. And if you really like the bands, now's the time. Head on over to the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network if you're not already there. We got 15 minutes of bands taking you up till our 11:15 version of the Blitz. So enjoy this as we head out for the night.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
When you think sports, you think Action Sports Jacks, the official station of the Jaguars, on location for every game. But the most experienced team in town doesn't stop there. From high school football to the big events in the area, Action Sports Jacks is always on. Now, we take that to a new level. Action Sports Jacks 24/7 is around-the-clock coverage of the teams you love and the moments you can't miss. The best local sports in Jacksonville on Action Sports Jacks 24/7.
it up one more time for your Ponte Vedra Ocean of Sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big Wildcat growl to the Wildcat Pride Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wildcat Pride.
Coverage on the play by number 17, Dylan Roode. Passes incomplete.
say it means something to me, gentlemen. It means something to me.
High school football is back and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz. Only on Action Sports Jax 24/7. Game of the week, shall we?
I think if we have them. Are they in? Yes, they are.
Let's go ahead and check it out. We got Bolles, we got Trinity Christian, we got Emmett Grzeben. There he goes. Nice little move there as he works his way into the end zone. Gets the 6 Bulldogs on the board first. After a couple quick and ineffective possessions by both teams, Bolles cracking a big run here with Grzeben again, sets up a field goal, makes it 10-0. 10-0 your score at the half, so low scoring first half. We go to the third, Trinity back to punt, and if we're showing you punt, it means that, well, no, that's going to happen.
Oh, boy.
We got a block, and
nice run.
We got Simeon Caldwell, and we got a touchdown. He's taking it back the other way for the score. Bolles starting to run away with the Trinity. Responds by pounding the rock, kicks the rock to the goal line and in. That's 24-7, but the second they got the tiniest bit of momentum, well, Bolles would answer immediately. First play of their next drive, how about a 75-yard bomb? Ethan Drum, Naeem Burrows, that made it 31-7. They go on to win 41-7. Let's hear from head coach Matthew Toblin.
I mean, the big one is the way that we answered the bell. And obviously we were disappointed with the way that we played last week, and to have our upperclassmen maintain their focus, understand, not feel sorry for themselves, understand what we need to get better at, and then work on that throughout the week. And that we executed at a much higher level. We were more physical, and that's a good football team. But obviously, we were clicking on all cylinders tonight.
All right, so Bolles gets a win. St. Augustine next, and now Ponte Vedra Bartram Trail. This was a good football game, and we go to the second quarter.
Down 14-7, Bartram Trail able to get back even as you see Arthur Lewis IV take it into the end zone, touchdown for the home team. Let's go to the second half, and the first team to strike in that second half, well, it would be the Ponte Vedra Sharks. How about this play? How about it from Camden Teetsy? He gets a little spin move off the would-be tacklers and into the end zone. That's a touchdown and a 21-14 lead. A little bit later, we go to the fourth. There is Drew Price to Brian Case, and Case is into the end zone. That's very early in the fourth quarter, but it made it 28-14. Now, Bartram Trail gets 1 touchdown back, so they're down by 7. Final minute of the game. This is a big 4th down and long. They need a pickup. Even if he caught it, it would have been tackled short of the line to gain. It's an incomplete pass, and it's a win. 28-21. The Ponte Vedra Sharks get the victory. Here's head coach Steve Price.
Yeah, I would say we have taken a step. We've improved our our offensive line played really well. We made the right reads on offense and made a lot of great plays, and then our defense really stepped up. So we tackled well. I think we tackled better than we did last week. So I think the future's really bright for us.
All right, how about Yulee at Clay? This was a good one as well. Not so good for the Hornets on this play. Botch snap, big loss. Clay swarms the running back who, never really had a chance. The Clay defense was good a lot of the night. Clay's offense, good too, at least on this play. Dalen Brown catches a touchdown wide open, able to get it done.
And it was Martin putting it right in the basket.
3-13 at that point. Trevion Owens-Frazier had a touchdown catch for Yulee late in this game to make it 23-20. And Clay was able to hang on after that score. The Blue Devils win 23-20 over Yulee.
It was a team effort. We talked, about the resiliency for our team and keeping fighting and keeping playing. We talk about, it's not if adversity is going to strike, but when. And it did there in the fourth quarter a little bit. Our kids, loosened up, and we found a way to get the ball back, and we're able to take a knee on and get a first down, and that was very critical to win the game.
All right, let's hear it for our fans of the week over at the Nightmare on Main Street, Andrew Jackson High School. And they are the fans of the week because they voted on our Action Sports Jacks Twitter poll. They voted to see which our extra streaming game would be. And so we went to go check out Kevin Sullivan Field.
I like the unis there at Jackson.
All right, let's get to the highlights, shall we?
Hey, let's do it. Ribault comes away with a big pick over the middle. A little juggle, a little catch. Tyrion Bradwell, long return for Ribault. And
shout out to Antonio Queen for the touchdown saving tackle, by the way, from Jackson.
Yeah, nice job pulling up the number. Jalen Francis for Ribault here on a touchdown, and he's able to scamper over that far
side.
Find
the pylon.
It's the pylon.
Supposed to run to the camera, guys. To the camera. Help us out.
A little bit later on, this was a bit of a back and forth game. Ribault really hung around for a while. They were down 16-6, and they hung around to get back in the game, and they end up winning the game 18-16. Watch this play. Tip drill touchdown. It went 18-16 over Jackson, and they score a late touchdown, then hang on for the 2-point W.
Feel good to get the first win. Yeah, actually feels real good to get our first win. I mean, we had a lot of adversity. We felt like some calls didn't go our way. Kids didn't play well. Kids went down. I mean, just luckily make it out and come victorious.
All right, so here's the deal. Ribault and Jackson was voted on to be our fifth game that we showed live during the Zone Blitz from 8 p.m. until the game finished. Well, next week, you get a say in the matter. We already know 4 games that we're going to be at. Now, which one of these will we add to the list? Bishop Kenny at Tocoy Creek, Clay at Middleburg, Kipbold City at Baldwin, Cedar Creek at Bishop Snyder. The cool part about this now, you got family out of town. We get to show some live looks if they can't be at the game. So you want to be a part of our Zone Blitz. Bartram Trail at Ware County will be our game of the week. Oakleaf at Fleming Island, Bolles at St. Augustine, Orange Park at Riverside also will be on the stream next Friday night. And speaking of the Zone Blitz, we're not done with it yet. We're in the middle of the Friday Night Blitz, second edition right now on CBS 47, Fox 30, and on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. And we will take you until midnight on the network, even when we say goodbye tonight on TV. So hang with us 8 to 12 every Friday night. New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're gonna love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Hey everyone, Olivia Tasley here from Action Sports Jacks to tell you all the different ways you can watch our new 24/7 network. 3 easy steps. You don't even need a pen and paper to write it down. Step number 1, download the app. Search Action News Jacks in your app store either on your phone or your smart TV. Then, once you're on the app, click on that little drop-down menu in the upper left-hand corner with the 3 little lines. That'll show you these options, and boom, right here, click Action Sports Jacks 24/7, and you will be brought to our continuous stream Stream channel. That app can be accessed through all these different platforms, whether you have Roku, Fire TV, Smart TV, Apple TV, or Google TV. You can find our app. Now, if you don't have access to the app, don't worry, we still got you covered. We're across all social media platforms from Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch. We have a podcast channel.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz. Sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Winning on special teams, like doing those things that it takes to win ball games, the little things, returning kicks, blocking punts, blocking field goals, like that is a huge part of our team. Those are guys that might not be starters, but they're out making massive plays. Who do you got?
Hey, good message from Matt Tobin. By the way, special teamers were good tonight. They got a blocked punt for a touchdown in a big win over Trinity, 41-7.
The Coach of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
And you won't see him, but Coach Tobin's hiding behind his many, many players there at Bolles. They win the game of the week and thus the Coach of the Week. Nice little check from Jaguars Prep and Whataburger.
All right, welcome back here to, on a big level, our Zone Blitz coverage continues till midnight, but here on the TV side right now, we're in the Friday Night Blitz on CBS 47 and Fox 30. Brent Martineau, Stuart Weber. Big high school football news this morning. A top receiver in the area, Jamie French, picked Texas as his home for 2025. The Mandarin Mustangs playmaker had been committed to Alabama last year, reopened his recruitment, chose the Longhorns over Tennessee, LSU, and Miami. How did Mandarin do tonight?
Well, let's head down to Stingray Bay as they take on Atlantic Coast High School. And this was the very first offensive play of the game. That's Tramel Jones. He's going to FSU. And that is Jamie French.
And a good morning and a good
going
night.
To Texas. And that'll do it. 47-0. Big win for Mandarin.
Ready to go to the beach? Hot day, but
always, yeah.
Hey, you know, a breeze occasionally in the evening time. That's good. Fletcher hosting Parker. First drive of the game. Senators with the ball. Parker able to make them work for everything on what would be a sustained drive. Joris Gibson with a stop there for the Braves. Almost a 6-minute drive to begin. They finish it off with a short run by Grown Man.
That's his name.
Honestly thought they were saying that as a nickname. But the folks at Fletcher tell me that's his name, Grown Man.
All right.
And he is just that. He scored a couple touchdowns in the first quarter. Parker gets the ball. That Fletcher defense looks pretty good. Winston Harris, 7-yard tackle for the loss. Read it well. 14-0 Fletcher at the end of the first half. They go on to win 28-14.
Every play starts over. You have a play, you come back, now you reload, you give 100% every play. And leave it all out there for your brothers, man, for what y'all been putting in this whole summer.
Hey, Killer Bees knows what he's talking about. You got some former Jaguars on this coaching staff. You got Big Sofa, Double D over there, and Aaron Beasley, your head coach. Taking on St. Joseph's was Duval Charter, and as the name implies for St. Joseph, they go ahead in a flash. Cody Ott to Raymond Evans, touchdown. St. Joseph's wins. They win big, 55-6, your final score. We will be right back on the Blitz.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
High school football is back and it's bigger than ever. Welcome to the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
It is bigger than a game.
Watch the biggest games each week live as the action unfolds with instant reaction and analysis from our Hall of Famer, Kevin Sullivan. It starts with live look-ins at the top matchups, including our Jaguars Prep Whataburger Game of the Week, and that is just the beginning of 4 straight hours of coverage. From 8 to 10:30, the Friday Night Zone Blitz is streaming on our Action News Jax app and online. At 10:30, the Friday Night Blitz you know and love. A half hour of highlights from around the area. 11 o'clock, we shine the spotlight on the bands that pump up the crowd. 11:15, it's time to blitz through the highlights online and on air. Then 11:35, back to the stream to break down the night's results with a reaction from local coaches. 4 straight hours of high school football on the Friday Night Zone Blitz.
Nobody but Nimnicht. Our family has purchased 6 vehicles from Nimnicht Buick GMC. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville has lots of inventory to choose from with their best price guarantee. Who gives you top dollar for your trade? Nobody but Nimnicht. Save up to $10,000 off select new GMC Sierras or get rates as low as 1.9%.
You know, I'm a truck guy. GMC Sierra, my trim level is an SLT. This one's an Elevation. Pretty good looking color as well. So here at Nimnicht Buick GMC, you have a lot to pick from. My father-in-law, he drives this, an Enclave. So I feel like that GMC in the family. 2025 is coming around the corner, which means it's almost time to close out those 2024s this summer.
You can schedule a test drive at NimnichtBuickGMC.com. And while you're there, check your trade value and customize your payment options. Nimnicht is there for you, even on Sundays. So, who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? The answer's simple. Nobody but Nimnicht. Your friends in the car business since 1941. GMC. We are professional grade.
Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
We got a pretty good high school team in Sacramento. We played dominant football. A lot of memories. You know, I definitely remember all my friends. You know, I think when you look back at past teams, it's the relationships that matter the most. But my Friday Night Lights was amazing.
There's Eric in this picture. I am confused. Oh, wait, that's right. There he is.
Big fella.
The Player of the Week, sponsored by Whataburger.
This guy earned it too. Kenyon Gardner, senior athlete out of Paxton School. 15 carries last week, 277 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, and a 55-13 win over Wolfson. If you have some nominees, go check out Jaguars on social media and send them that way for your nominees. See, will be next week's Whataburger Jaguars Prep Player of the Week.
All right, how about our Play of the Week? And for that, we go to Bolles. And how about Naeem Burrows? This is a 75-yard bomb.
That looked easy from Ethan Drum.
Yeah, just gorgeous, gorgeous play. And look, Trinity had just scored. This took the momentum right back in our Game of the Week.
All right, that's it for the Blitz, but that's not it for us. We'll take you until midnight. We're going to try to get a coach or two, actually, to join us coming up on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. So stay with us on social media and the stream, and have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching Action Sports Jax Friday Night Blitz, sponsored by Whataburger, just like you like it.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports. is local sports. From Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast, Bakersport.com. Get local sports on demand with Action Sports Shacks 24/7. All sports, all local, all the time. From the locker room to the field, the Jacks, high school football, the Jacksonville Armada, and don't forget the Brent and Austin Show. They're all in on Trevor. Of course. Download the Action News Jacks Now app, available wherever you stream or at actionnewsjacks.com. TV, phone, laptop, desktop. Action Sports Shacks 24/7. Jacksonville sports, all the time. New to town or always been in town, everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza. We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martinos get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza. Some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code Brent20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
When strong storms threaten and your safety is on the line, nothing beats accuracy. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish and the First Alert Weather Team. Your safest place to be during a storm is Action News Jacks.
Hey, welcome in, everybody. Hello, Action Sports Jacks 24/7 Network. Bonus time. Little Friday Night Blitz overtime. A little Zone Blitz continued from 8 p.m. until midnight as we just wrapped up on TV. And we're back at it here in the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 Network studios. Brent Martineau right here. Jason Hamby will join us in a moment. Casey Kurtz pushing all the buttons. Stuart Weber, he will join us in a little bit as well. And so this portion of the show, as we have so many different tentacles to this, we hopefully will try to get a coach or two on if they're still up. We'll also recap some of the fun stuff that happened in the night, kind of what stood out to everybody, and just a very, I would say, informal recap of the evening on this week 2 of the high school football season in Northeast Florida. Remember, they're a week ahead up in Georgia, so they've played 3 games now up there in Georgia, and there was a good win by Camden County tonight. In fact, up there, and next week we're going to be up there in Waycross for Ware County and Bartram Trail. And speaking of Bartram Trail, that was one of the big games of the night tonight. Ponte Vedra beats the Bears 28-21. We showed you that earlier tonight on the Zone Blitz, a live coverage of it, pretty much the entire second half. And there was a lot of good stuff happening. You can see in the chat, and some of this is a little bit from a while ago. I think these folks have gone to bed now, but they were asking the Riverside and Fleming Island score. That was a wild game, too. It was 27-16 at one point in the third. It went to 39-35 Fleming Island. Riverside had the lead 27-16, Fleming 39-35, and then 48-39 Riverside ends up winning. So heck of a ball game out there. Hamby, you were at the Bolles Trinity game, our game of the week. You got those are like special duties, you know. You get that's like bonus territory in your paycheck when you get to the game of the week game.
I wasn't aware. I didn't know. I mean, I know the Jags and everybody does a great job with presenting a check to the winner. I didn't know if that was an extra check waiting around for me.
Yeah, you get like 0% of that. So you can do the math.
I just had a couple of fire pieces of pizza from Donato's, so I think I'm all right.
Speaking of Donato's, see, this is maybe we should just call this the dessert time of the game.
Holy cow!
I didn't know this was coming with the Donato's pizza. You see that? Over here. So we got like a cinnamon roll, and I'm not sure what that is.
That's over
a lot
there.
of sprinkles. I gotta look that
bro.
up. It's a lot of rainbow sprinkles, a lot of light icing, and you deserve it tonight. Everybody does.
It's 11:37.
We have we got Donato's pizza tonight for the crew. I think I'm the only one that's had some, and that's in between breaks because there's been no time to eat. It's been a pretty wild run so far. Yeah, Casey, I think Coach Colin Drafts is in. Do we want to try to take him so we can let him go to bed? Yeah, let's do it. Coach Colin Drafts joins us. Nice got a big win over Creekside tonight. Coach, thanks for jumping in.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys having me. Big win and excited to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, tell us a little bit about it. We're doing this new Zone Blitz, 4 hours of high school coverage. We didn't get down to that one with our live cameras. Can't be everywhere, but we'll see Nice in action maybe even as soon as next week. But how did that one go? And it was, I think, a scoreless first quarter, and then there were a lot of fireworks, it looked like, in the second quarter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was kind of, an even game early on. We scored a touchdown first. They immediately answered, make it 7-7. And then we did piece together 10 more points before halftime, make it 17-7. But still a close game. Thought it would stay like that, but we just came out and played really well. I mean, we got all the bounces. We're playing really good football right now. I think we opened up with a turnover, then a quick score. And before you know it, we attacked on a couple of touchdowns and just did a really good job in the second half.
Yeah, you guys are out of the gates quick. What do you give credit to that for? Ponte Vedra, now Creekside. It was an emotional win last week. Then you get a big win this week. Were you guys locked in all summer? Did you feel this coming? You never know what's going to happen, it seems like, in the early part of the season, but 2-0 is a nice start.
Yeah, for sure. You never know what's going to happen, but I felt like we had a chance to do this. We had a really good July. Had a couple strong showings in 7-on-7 tournaments. And then we went to team camp down in Lakeland and went toe-to-toe with some really good competition. So, I felt great about it. The boys were confident. And obviously we're going to open up with two huge opponents, with Ponte Vedra and now Creekside. And obviously we're playing well. But I think a lot of the credit goes to our defense, too. I mean, I know a lot of the offensive guys, get a lot of the pub. But, our defense has given up 14 points in the first two games. And so they're flying around the field and feel great about the way they're playing.
Well, that's always nice to get that complimentary style. You do talk to the offense. Coach Sullivan and I were talking about your offense today, and right away you could tell that it was going to be tough for defenses in the area to stop it. I'm talking years ago. We brought up like a Mandarin game that you guys actually lost, but he was impressed with the way your offense looked right out of the gates. You didn't have all the personnel you needed at that time, but now you go over the last few years and see what your offense has been able to do. How much of this is just a product of the system? Obviously, you got the players to be in there, but also maybe what you're doing at the youth level and mixing in the feeder systems. I mean, what's the backstory on the offensive success?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think a lot of the credit just needs to go to, our offensive coaching staff. I mean, we have a lot of guys that do a phenomenal job. All the position coaches, from the quarterbacks to the running backs to the receivers to the offensive line guys that have been here for years. And to answer your question, yes. I mean, when I got hired back in 2019 at Nice, one of the first things I wanted to do was try to tap into the middle schools, the schools that feed into Nice, and get in with the Pop Warner coaches and just do as much as we could to establish our brand of football. And over the years, it's really morphed into more of a pass-heavy offense. And that was never really by design. I've always liked to be more 50-50, but I just think with the type of players that we have, small, shifty receivers, kind of some undersized offensive linemen at times, but very smart, very tough. We need to spread you out, and we need to pitch it all over the field and get you spread out trying to cover those quick routes, and then that opens up our run game, So it's been a great start for us offensively, and just excited for what our players been able to do execution-wise.
Hey, you got the next few weeks. I don't know much about Ridge Community, so maybe you can tell me a little bit about them. But Fletcher and then St. Augustine. By the way, St. Augustine Nice is our game of the week. So, and then Buchholz after that, then Bartram after that.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to remind you of that after a win on Friday night, Coach.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Ridge Community is a team that we picked up late last year, went all the way down to Davenport and played them and beat them pretty handedly last year. However, the head coach, who's there now, I think he's in his third different stint as the head coach there. And every time he's been there, he's always turned it around. So now in year two, they had a strong win in week one. I think it was 42-0. And then they lost to a very tough Lake Wales team in a tough game tonight. So we've got a work cut out for us. It's definitely not a team that we're going to look past. We can't do that. And like you said, though, as soon as we're done with that one, we're staring down Fletcher, St. Augustine, Buchholz, then Bartram. So there's a foursome for you right there that is coming our way pretty quickly.
No doubt. Colin Draft's with us here on the Friday night Zone Blitz. We're on until midnight. Don't worry, Coach. I won't keep you that long. I'm going to let you go. I thought it was pretty cool, and I've been kind of waiting for a little bit of this. I thought it was cool that Tim Tebow came out and his wife last week to that game. What did that mean to you guys and your program and to the kids and everybody else to see Tim at his old stomping grounds?
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool, right? It meant the world to, our program, our kids, and our community. I first met Tim back in late 2019, so it was after my first season. He happened to be the keynote speaker at an event we were at and, struck up a conversation with him and built a relationship with him. And kind of over the years, we would go back and forth here and there, just keeping in touch, and always told him, hey, the door's always open. Love to get you back out to a game. And sure enough, we're, late in the first quarter, and I didn't even know he was going to be there. One of my coaches in the box radioed down to me and said, hey, guys, if you look to your left in the west end zone, Tim Tebow is down there. So it was really cool to have him there, and obviously a big win for us week 1 over Ponte Vedra. And so, you can't complain about that one.
No, that's pretty good stuff. Good for him. Good for you guys. And congrats on another win. 2-0 to start the year. Good luck next week, Coach. Thanks for staying up late with us. Have a good weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys. Have a good one.
You bet. That is Colin Draft doing a heck of a job at Nice High School. It's funny. We were just talking about him today, Coach Kevin Sullivan and I, and the job that he's been able to do. Jason Hamby on screen here. Casey Kurtz back in the booth. And Stuart Weber now joins the fray as well. Sporting the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 shirt. I like it. There you go. That's appropriate.
Branding.
Hamby has one of those. He went with the news shirt today. News producer Hamby today.
By the way, the game I went to go shoot this afternoon at Duval Charter, one of the people in the crowd yelled another station at me, and I just turned and go, boom! And I gave a big old double point to the giant logo on my chest to say, no, I'm not with that station. I'm with this station. This is the one I'm with.
It's always the worst. I did have a nice compliment today, actually, though. You always like to hear these things once in a while, especially when the new stuff's happening on the network. And so I was at Fletcher, and he wasn't on the sideline, but he was in a golf cart. One of the teachers at the school was helping out on a Friday night, said, hey, got you and Austin on the laptop every day. It's like, there we go. I won't say who it was. I don't want to rat him out, but we appreciate you listening to the show during the day. We need more of that. That's good. All right, guys, it's been fun. Stuart?
Whirlwind.
Yeah. And don't worry, the pizza's still away. You're just going to have to warm it up. Ponte Vedra, big win.
Yep.
Riverside, big win. Nice, big win.
That's been
Bolles, big win.
That's been part of the fun, is just like quickly catching up on everything that happened in the games that we didn't have the highlights of. So it's kind of just,
Yeah, I'll give you a Ribault, big win.
Yeah.
That was a nice win for them.
Was that 18-16?
That was 18-16. We had that one on.
Coach Mike Hunter gets that win. And
yeah. So, I mean, again, there weren't like blockbuster games all over the map tonight, but there ended up being some pretty darn good football games. And we showed the end of that one. Obviously, we had Bolles Trinity, Hamby, that you were at, and that turned into a blowout. But we had the Bartram Ponte Vedra game live. That was good. And then Yulee Clay, that was another good one. I think that's a good match. I think both those teams are pretty good, Stuart. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, we're a couple weeks in. But actually, I like where Yulee's at as a program, and I think Clay's kind of getting back on track.
Yeah, I agree with that. And in our conversations with Coach Doherty, he's excited about what he's got going on up there at Yulee, and I'm sure in Green Cove Springs, Coach Kennard's thinking the same thing. And those are two communities that are going to rally and get behind the teams, which is going to create some great game day atmospheres throughout the course of the season. So exciting stuff for both of those programs. And hey, there's a reason we put it in that group of games that we were going to stream this evening, and I had a feeling that was going to be a good, evenly matched kind of game, and it was.
Yeah, Nice, by the way, we just had Colin Drafts on. I was thinking they won like 34-7. I might have said that. It was 45-7. They ended up winning that game. So Creekside in a little bit of trouble early on. 57-13 Mandarin out of the gates, and Nice looks pretty good, 45-7. Of course, Hamby, you were at Bolles Trinity.
Yep.
A little surprised at all? I mean, were they a little bit surprised over there at Trinity? They got kind of their bell rung a little bit by Bolles.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know how surprised they are. I was talking to one of their assistant coaches, and it's like they know. They're fully aware that now after the Hurley era, that it's just going to be a rebuild. They play two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
There's one righty who we showed. Here is that's Emmett Grisbin, The guys, I feel like every Friday night he scores a touchdown.
Yeah.
At least one.
Yeah.
You're going to see him again here in a second. But Trinity plays two quarterbacks, one righty, you'll see in a second, number 8.
One a freshman, one a sophomore. So two young guys.
They knew they were going young there.
Right. And, defensive line kind of held up, and here's this block punt. But it's just one of those things where they understand it's going to be a rebuild, and, it might take a little bit. And I asked those guys, had they had, the spring, those two quarterbacks, did they have the spring to kind of get into the system? And it was like, yeah, but honestly, it doesn't do a whole lot. This is all try by fire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, we understand that. That's Naeem Burrows, by the way, a special talent for Bolles. They got weapons all over the place. Here's what jumps out to me, Weber, and you know this by watching Trinity for the last however many years. They are the ones that usually look like the specimens, right? The big-time athletes. Bolles look like they were, it was almost like a 7A team against a 2A team. Bolles, the work they've done in the weight room, it jumps out. Now, listen, they've always can play physical, right? Their offensive line and stuff. I'm talking about their outside guys, I'm talking about the running back. Everybody on the field for Bolles, it looked like they were already in college to me.
It looks like a motivated team. A team that was motivated through the offseason, put in a lot of hard work in, like you said, in the weight room and got themselves ready to go here for the fall. And go figure. That was the team that was 0-1 coming in. They lost to Reigns, so that tells you how good Reigns is for sure, too. I think we're being this early in the season, we're still kind of figuring out who the best of the best are. And, you might see a loss for a team and be like, oh, no, they lost. Well, maybe that other team was really, really good. That's always part of it as well.
Yeah, that's Neal right there on the run. We saw some good runs from him.
Yeah, this is an entire drive. That's the first play of this drive. This is going to be a 4-play touchdown drive. And they do this a lot. They're going to RPO, flip it out.
Is that Burrows there?
Yep, that's Burrows. And check out this nifty pass coming up right here.
By the way, we don't know much about the quarterback, but he looks like he's, nice flip.
Drum, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think a lot, DJ Moore, right, to Drum, but people have said, hey, this guy's pretty good, and he'll be able to handle it.
Trinity not used to doing this.
Yeah, that was
wide open. That's number
Fordham.
Yep.
That was Fordham.
The younger Fordham.
But look at, the size all over the place. Again, over Trinity, it doesn't jump out at you against Trinity. That's kind of what got me a little bit. So big win for Bolles. Bolles St. Augustine next week. It's not our game of the week, but it might as well be a game of the week. We're going to show it on this. That's going to be a fun matchup.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see how both of those offenses can perform next Friday. That'll be a blast because we've been watching Lachlan Hewlett and Carl Jenkins connect for a long time. Well, Ethan Drum and Naeem Burrows say, hey, watch us too. We can do those same things.
Yeah, I'll be interested in that matchup. Two very good coaches, two very good programs, two know how to win, but two talented teams. Again, I think the three teams that are getting the most headlines, especially with the Bolles loss in week 1, Mandarin, Reigns, St. Augustine. Mm-hmm. But Bolles was like right on the outside of that for a lot of people coming in. Their only loss right now is to Reigns. They put it on Trinity. Trinity's going to be a little bit rebuilding, question mark, probably most of the season. They'll likely get better as they go with all that young talent. Mm-hmm. But now we get to see, Bolles gets to see probably the second or third best team. Well, the second and third best team in the first 3 weeks of the year, I would say, if people rank them. And they're probably the fourth best team, is my guess. Now, they get a chance to change that around depending on who wants to rank them and everything else. But you get the idea. They're both probably in the top 5 of area teams going into the season and even right now in the first couple of weeks. Casey, send us to a certain place if you want to, whatever you got. I don't know exactly what you have out there, but we'll dance around a little bit. You were just pointing to Fletcher Senators win 28-14 over Parker. They got that.
I'm driving back, okay, and I've got it pulled up, and I hear this narrative about this young man,
grown man,
not young man, grown man,
a grown man. You say?
Here they are.
So look at this guy.
So I'll tell you how you got. Here's how the story for me, and Casey already heard this, but. When they have a play, depending on where you are, the public address announcer will tell you who the name is. And so after he scores this touchdown,
here he is.
I hear, and he had carried the ball a couple of times, so it's like, grown man. I'm like, I'm old. My ears must not be working well. Or they're just going with a nickname, right? So then I go to Max Preps to get the roster for Fletcher, And come on, Seatric. He doesn't put any number, probably on purpose. And so I text David Garrard, whose son plays for Fletcher, and I'm like, hey, who's number 21? What's his name? He's like, grown man. And then he texts again. He's like, I'm not lying. That's really his name.
That's insane.
And so I told him, like, I already told the story, but I said, hey, we got to do a story on this. I can't believe. He's like, his birth certificate says it. So I don't know if Dave's now busting my chops.
He might be.
Or what?
Like, they have a number 21 running back on the roster named Jamiri Jennings.
Uh-oh.
They say grown man all the time. So I don't know how. I don't see him on the list either. But we've got CJ and D and Cato.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Maybe I should have gone way down, right?
Yeah, the numbers show up on the bottom half of it.
Uh-oh.
These max preps we got to work on these rosters.
I know
Preps.
it. I know it.
Dicey out there.
Well, hey, listen. I put it on. I already said it earlier. I put it on Garrard. He's the one that told me that his name's Garrard. I love it. It's a great nickname, by the way. Either way, but they must call him that in the hallway at school.
I wonder if the teachers are calling him that.
The PA guy's calling him grown man. I'll tell you. Here's the other thing about Fletcher. So I got there right before kick, and they come out. You know, the Fletcher in the end zone there, where they come out of school and they got the garage.
Yeah.
And by the time they came out of the garage, like after the national anthem, and by the time they came out like and broke through the sign, and get ready to go to kickoff, they had played a full game.
Full sweat.
I mean, holy cow. There's so much. They got music
around.
blaring, jumping around. I mean, they were at like a high school dance before they played a football game.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. I was like, these guys are going to be exhausted by the end of the night.
A little Deontay Wilder effect. When he came out to his fight in like the 60 pounds a year and then was exhausted and got smoked by Tyson Fury. So maybe
what a clown.
Maybe we ease back on the maybe we ease.
I'm a big Deontay Wilder fan.
Well, we got Action Sports Jack's ID from him one time.
We had him at the Super Bowl. He was actually fun.
Yeah.
Had like $300,000 of jewelry on.
Yeah.
That probably weighed him down a little bit too.
All right, Casey, you're out of stuff, or what do you think? All right, we got the band.
Yeah, the band was the establishing highlights for Ponte Vedra's Bartram Trail. So we jump into the highlights here for the Bears. And Arthur Lewis
That's
IV.
Arthur Lewis IV. You said his name a bunch tonight.
Said it a couple times there. That tied it up at 14 before the half. But Ponte Vedra comes out and takes control. This is a great play. Just the spin move to get away from his tackler and then get to the end zone. That was Tsitsi, I believe, is how that one was written out. Hopefully pronounced. Sorry if it wasn't. And then one more.
That was a nice move, by the way.
Yeah, one more from Price, tossing, and another touchdown. The Case on the receiving end of that one, and that made it 28-14. Bartram got one touchdown back, had a chance at the end to make a drive. They had to go half the field with 2 minutes, and this was a fourth down and long. Falls incomplete.
Short of the sticks.
Yeah.
What was crazy about this
earlier in the play.
Yeah, drive. They had a 4th and 20 on this drive, and they got it. And it was probably
it might have been
favorable.
Yeah, it's a favorable. It was a favorable spot. Yeah.
We couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe
that.
It
was like right at the sticks.
Wow. Yeah, it was hard to tell that it was a catch in live action, and then we couldn't believe they gave him the first down. So
they gave it to him,
and they had time there. It was some interesting clock management when you watch it. The way we're doing these games on the Zone Blitz, we're seeing some of the end of games. And I always talk about this with Coach Sully. Or it's hard. It's not like watching the NFL or college football, right? I mean, those guys have done this and practiced it so many different times. But to get 11 high school kids like on the same page for like a 2-minute drill, it doesn't have the same rhythm and execution, right? For obvious reasons. And like there was a time tonight, somebody, I forget which game, but they spiked it, and they're like, oh, should they have wasted it down there? But how much time's left? It's a little bit hard to tell. But it's also, here's the deal. I think a lot of coaches would be like, yeah, spike it so we can get set and get a play rather than being rushed and get a penalty.
5-yard penalty,
and whatever happens gets negated. So, and one other thing about tonight, here's what I noticed, guys. Holy cats, long games.
Long games. Yeah.
I mean, we had two games or 3 games, I think, go close to 10 o'clock finishes.
And one of those was a 6:30 kick.
Yeah, well, we think the buses were probably a little bit behind and they didn't start on time on that one. But I think they were actually 7 o'clock games. So it's Bartram a 7 o'clock game tonight?
Yeah, 7.
And so was Clay.
I know why mine was short.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
running clock at the end.
Well, no,
Or not quite 40
It
minutes.
was
off by 1 point.
I mean, bless whoever the volunteer is who was probably doing the clock. But
Oh.
there was about 2 or 3 times where about 20 seconds ran off on an incompletion.
Kept that thing running, huh?
And I'm laughing. I'm like, does Trinity know something? In the first quarter, I'm like, does Trinity know?
They wanted to keep it to as minimal possessions as possible.
That's awesome.
20 seconds off the clock.
That's good stuff. Hey, this day started with Hamby doing his Stadium Pulse College football show. We had the Brenton Austin show, and then it leads all the way into our Zone Blitz from 8 p.m. until midnight, and that puts a bow on our first one. I'm not sure if anybody watches front to back, we should get them a T-shirt.
Shoot.
And then you can wear it to the game and let the people know what station it's for.
That's right.
Tell you what.
Hey, Stanton, by the way, I don't know if we mentioned
Yeah,
this.
they got a 21-20 win over Hilliard.
That's a huge win.
They called in. Somebody called the station because they wanted to make sure we knew.
They should. And by
that
the way,
Stanton
they
won,
should.
Which they should, yeah.
Great win.
Shout
Some
out to
great
Blue Devils.
pictures coming out of there. Congrats to the Stanton Blue Devils.
Fighting Tony Agolini's. Getting a win.
And got the win. See if they're fighting tomorrow. The Gators and
Yeah.
Canes tomorrow. Stuart Weber will be in Gainesville. We'll have Action Sports Shacks primetime, 10:30 on Fox 30, 11:30 on CBS 47. Hope you enjoy the weekend, everybody. For Casey, Brian Middleton, our entire staff, Hamby, Stuart, Brent Martineau, time to eat some pizza. Dessert pizza.
Oh, we got, that's got
See that?
sprinkles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
The night's
right.
still young, gentlemen.
Yes, indeedly.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us.